Alright. I don't know how I didn't hear either of these follower things, but thank you Arsener Gaming and Four Gathers. I really don't know why that fell on deaf ears. I was like, no, I guess I wasn't really around in the time frame on the recent one. Sometimes I wonder if these alerts are even working right. I mean, I see the sources there. I don't know. Either way, thank you both. And now, on to the game. This will be... well, depending on how long Case 5 is for the third game, this will be the last stream of Ace Attorney. And then the next game will be... well, not even I know. I haven't really fully thought on it. I'm debating a few things. It might be, might be Yakuza, but I'm not sure. Shichi Shuchito, the treasured Korean village heirloom, whose name means seven-branched sword. It is said the sacred sword represents life itself. Though the branches may appear to be infinite, the choices limitless. Like our destinies, the sword comes to but one end, one merciless point. When the silver cord, the fragile thread that binds us to this world, is severed, the illusion is revealed, and the implicative of capability of fate is laid bare. Wait 1 second, I've got to set something to make sure people understand I cannot be bothered right now. Alright. Hey, Nick! Yeah, what is it? You know, I've got spiritual powers, unlike you. Sure, you are a spirit medium after all. But just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right? I guess so, yeah. Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up. Pearls? So, that's why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick. Huh? I'm lost. What's this magazine you're shoving in my face? It's the New Year's issue of... oh, Cult! Winter Spiritual Locations Special. Oh, Pearls looks so happy. Maximize your spiritual powers with just one night of intensive training. Oh, it sounds too good to be true. I'll say. Sounds more like a scam to me. It's a spiritual retreat called Hazakuri Temple. It's way up in the mountains, and I bet it's nice and cold. Just perfect for training. No, I definitely don't want to go. You know, I think I've heard this temple before. It's a famous channeling dojo. It's hard for even real spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there. Reservations? For a temple? Are you serious? Don't worry, I've already made special reservations, just for us. Yeah, I signed up for the special course. That's nice, and timing couldn't be better. Since we don't have a case right now anyway. Alrighty then, it's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there. Start packing your stuff. Yes, Mr. Nick, you better start packing your stuff. Huh? Me? Why do I have to go? Well, we have to be accompanied by someone over 20 years old. Hey, I don't have anything to do with spirit power. The only thing I can channel is a TV. So, is there a heated pool at this Hazakura temple? No, but you can stand under a freezing waterfall. Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate cold places. What? No way. How can you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Nick. Look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful? Nope, not going. I'm gonna be nice and toasty at home. What the... What is it, Mr. Nick? Let me see that magazine. This nun. Is she a friend of yours or something, Nick? This girl. It's Delia. Name is Delia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? You disgust me. But it can't be. She was found guilty and should still be in prison. Mr. Nick? I'll go. Huh? Hazakura Temple. I said I'll go. Yay! Isn't that great, Pearly? Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nick. You do anything for Miss Maya, right? You even walk over burning coals, right? Oh, coal. Delia Hawthorne. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple, but I just had to see for myself who this nun really was. It's so cold here, Nick. Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change. Well, it's supposed to be cold. It's training. Achoo! My teeth are chattering so loudly. It's all I can do to make. Well, it's all I can do to make out what she's saying. Wow, Miss Maya. So this is the famous Hazakura Temple. Pearly. Achoo! Well. How nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Oh, thank you. Achoo! Oh, my. Thank you for coming all this way. Come now. You must have been cold. What's with the past tense? We're freezing into human popsicles as we spit. Oh. Well, we are high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please follow me inside. Thank you. I was starting to think I would pass. Oh, yes. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head nun here at the temple. My name is Bikini. Bikini? That's right. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? It's a tradition to have one, and I wanted something that has a nice image to it. So I thought, why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. The face fat jiggles as she laughs. It certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you come along with those you channel. Reckless? Wahaha. Hey, you should take it easy tonight, Miss Maya. We can come back another day. But you went through all that trouble to get reservations for it. Yes, that's right. You've come all this way. So please, enjoy yourselves. There's still time before supper, so why don't you have a look around? So what's a channeling dojo anyway? Oh, my. You don't even know that. Forgive him, sister, for he knows not what he is saying. Well, just call me Bikini and forget that sister part. A channeling dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. You have special holy items prepared there to help items boost your spiritual power. Holy items? If you train an entire evening surrounded by these items, it's quite mysterious. The spiritual power of these items seems to envelop you. Oh, she must have gotten off the trolley from the land of make-believe. So what exactly is this special course? You must be incredibly devoted to be interested at that at such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell 30,000 times, all while being showered in freezing cold spirit water. Eh? It's February now, right? You have to be careful this time of year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia or maybe even die of hypothermia. So be careful, you hear? How am I supposed to be careful? Oh no, I knew I shouldn't have signed Mystic May up for this. Sister, about this picture. Well, well, look at that. I must say I look rather divine here, don't you think? Oh, yeah, unforgettable in every way. You mean it? Oh, I knew it. Ha ha ha, ho ho ho. The makeup was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris? The cute little girl in the photo. She looks just like me, doesn't she? We're just a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. Really? That kind of sounds like... Sorry to cut in, but... This Iris. Where is she right now? Oh, just listen to you. You haven't come all the way here just to find a girlfriend, have you? No, 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 no. That's not what I had in mind at all. Anyway, Iris is in the inner temple preparing for this evening. Inner temple? Yes, yes, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you have a look at the main hall for now? Ha ha ha, wah, ha 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 ha. So she's in the inner temple, huh? Is Maya about to get framed for murder again? Because every time Maya is near some, like, holy place or just the murderer hasn't been shown yet, it generally ends up being Maya for getting blamed. Like, she's going to go in there, and then the thing is that she gained enough spiritual power to lift that block of ice and smash someone's skull in, but it was actually just someone else. Wow, look at this broken down old bridge, Nick. Yeah, look at that big canyon below us. Hey, there's a river down there. Looks like it's flowing real fast. What's wrong, Nick? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm not very good with heights. Oh. Hey, I've got it. Maybe you should face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump. It might just be what you need to get over your fear of heights. Yeah, death is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright. Anyway, it sure looks like a rickety bridge. Can't argue you're there. That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge. Read it again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge. Yeah, well, it's practically the same thing. Some letters are engraved to a roughly cut boulder. Dusty Bridge, huh? It says Dusky Bridge, okay? Come on, Nick, take a look at the bridge and tell me it's not supposed to be dusty. The sign's obviously wrong, and I'm gonna fix it. Now give me a pencil, Nick. Do I look like I have a pencil holder to you? Can't believe there's a public phone here. Who would ever use it? People who live here, I guess. Not that they have any real phones here. Yeah, but it looks like a 20-minute walk to here from the main hall. It would have been smarter than to build a main hall here, don't you think? Maybe you should work on channeling someone who makes logical sense, Maya. Come on, Nick. Why don't you hop across the bridge? It'll be fun. Not so sure. Looks like a bunny hopping across the bridge would destroy it. Okay, Nick. Then let's try to find a cute, fluffy little bunny and test your theory. That right there sums up the fundamental difference between sane and insane. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. The sign here is so old, the text seems to have vanished, but it says Heavenly Hall. The path leads to a wooden staircase that goes down to the bottom of the canyon. Okay, alright, wooden staircase on it then. Do you really think that is necessary? You'd have to be blind to see the stairs. Well, it can't hurt. Just pass me a pencil, okay? Graffiti is a crime, Maya. Looks like it's about 20 yards to the cliff over there. I guess that's where I'll be training tonight. Want to train with me, Nick? And do the special chorus? I think not. But it'd be so great if you had spiritual powers, too. Really? I see dead people. It sounds more like a clause for alarm to me. There was this sci-fi movie... not movie, sci-fi anime that I had that line presented in its commercial for it, and I wanted to watch it, but I could never find it. Like, I don't remember the name of it. I remember wanting to watch it. I remember the exact time it said it would be on, but it wasn't on for some reason. And that disappointed me. So I was curious about it, but for now it's just lost to time, I guess. The main hall, I think it's even colder in here. Ah, chew. Ah, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Yum. Weird, I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? Think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice, gruel all the time? Miss May is right. Ooh, I hope there's mashed potatoes too. I love mashed potatoes. Ha ha ha. What a cute little cult. Or acolyte. Greetings to all of you. Oh, hello. Wow, this lady makes May look like a 6.8 10 on the weirdness scale. Your outfit. Did you come here for the special course too? Ha ha ha. Fortunately, no. Actually, I'm... Ah! You're Miss Elise Denexum. Yes, that's right. You know of me? My name is Pearl Fay. I'm your biggest fan. Who is she, Nick? See it now. Zavari, a fortune teller. I've got all your books, Miss Denexum. Ha ha ha. What a sweet little thing to say. And please, call me Elise. Books? Miss Nick, don't you know anything? Don't you even know who this is? Well, an author, maybe? Yes, an illustrator. I picture books. Picture books, huh? Okay. Oh, now I get it. I'm sorry I didn't know who you are. I don't get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books. It's alright. I take no offense to that. My books are nothing but simple stories for children. And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. Haha. Makes me feel very happy to hear you say that. I do have to admit, she certainly seems like a kind, sensitive lady. Miss Elise won an award last year for her book, The Magic Bottle. Yes, a friend of mine secretly submitted a story I had written to a publisher. They liked it so much they asked if it was alright to make it into a book. Wow, it must have been a really great story. Maybe I should try to write a children's book too. If I do, you can secretly send it to a publisher for me, Nick. Recently, I've accepted a sort of apprentice, you might say. An apprentice? He calls himself Lawrence. Lawrence the Nexum. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches now. On Lawrence's behalf as well, I'd like to thank you for your support. Of course, Miss Elise, anything for you. Ha ha ha. Why did you come to the Hazakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training? Ha ha ha. No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on. Wow, I can't wait to read it. Rose is completely taken with her. I wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time. So that's why you're dressed like this? Dressed like you are? The children have a certain image of me in their minds. I don't want to disappoint them. What can I say? She's really a sweet lady. Wow, Miss Elise, you're dressed up like a mountain nun. Yes, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes underneath my robe as well. I want a staff like that. You want the crystal? You like the crystal sphere? It's real amethyst, you know. Maybe we'll find one like that up here on this mountain. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one. Well, you'll have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations. Wow, you mean you're cooking dinner tonight? That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl? Yes, I want to help with whatever I can. Pearl looks like she just won the lottery. Oh, I'll help too then. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend. Huh? But... Oh, yes. Please take this. I think it will be of help to you. It's a map of the area. We wouldn't want you to get lost now, would we? The inner temple. There it is, on the other side of the bridge. Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take this chance to go check out the other temple. Okay, I'll see you two later then. Remember, you're not allowed to fight. Come on, Nick. Let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving. There are straw sabuton cushions ranged around the hibachi brazier. I haven't seen a layout like this since I really saw this old Japanese movie on TV. If it wasn't for this hibachi, they'd probably freeze to death. Huh? Where did Sister Bikini go? I guess she went to the inner temple to go help out the other nun. Oh, right. I think her name is Iris? Yeah, that was it. I want to find out who Iris really is, but I'm scared of what I'll find. Whoa! That bridge was shaking like jello like in an earthquake. At least half of the wood on that rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Not to mention the last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green. Can you not pick on me for a second? I'm still trying to get over the shock that we made it safely across that death trap. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised, too. Yikes, that temple is in bad shape. Looks like it could collapse at any time. Guess people don't use it too often. Is that really where you're going to train tonight? That has to be it. It's kind of creepy around here. Like a ghost might jump out at you or something. Spirit medium afraid of ghosts? Isn't that ironic, don't you think? Oh wow, look at these neat Buddha statues. Maybe I'll take one home with me. Maya, if there are so many, they wouldn't notice if I took just one. Are you kidding? Of course they'll notice. What are you going to do with one of those anyway? Put it in the office, of course. You can trade that wooden statue in the office reception area for one of these. You know, come to think of it, where did that wooden statue come from anyway? Hey, a half-open gate. That's practically a welcome mat. Ah. Yeah, except the sign here says no entry. Nick? Rules are made to be broken, you know? Okay. Oh, come on. You're such an old lady sometimes. Dang it. Alright, there we go. I really don't know why I get allergies so bad when I'm streaming. Yeah, I was just fine just a while ago, and then suddenly, as soon as the stream starts, there it goes, allergies. Must be something psychological, or whatever. Some nerd stuff. Oh, come on. Alright, so that... Don't blame it on me when Sister Bikini puts a curse on you. I've got me scared. Let's forget about it, okay? This does not look like a training hall. This is like a prison. Man, look at this place. It's just a tiny, freezing cold room. This is where you'll both be training, huh? Huh? What do you mean, both? I'm the only one. Really? But I thought... Pearlie's just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training. So says the girl who I can barely hear over her teeth chattering. Anyway, the real training room must be behind that door there. Yep. Definitely getting the feeling it's back there. I can sense there's something supernatural about the cavern behind that door. Excuse me, but who are you? Ah, you're... Hi there. We're just looking around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. I wonder why she's spaced out like that. Don't you, Nick? Did you say something, Maya? Not you too, Nick. My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Oh, please excuse me. I have some, chores to attend to. She sure is beautiful. And a bit spacey, I guess. But she's just not used to talking with urban sophisticates like us. Nick? One second. Okay. That girl can't be, but... Hanging up. Ah. What is it? Why did you scream like that? This scroll. It's my mother. What? What? It's Misty Faye, master of the Karain School of Channeling. Are you sure? Yes. That crest at the top of the scroll. That's a special mark of the master of our tradition. That's what the mark means. What is it? Nothing. It's just that I last saw her over 15 years ago. If it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't have even known it was her. My own mother. I can't even recognize her face. Maya. Look at this antique dresser. I wonder if there's anything valuable inside. Let's have a look. Nothing. Just a bunch of clothes. Hey, Nick. Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Oh, about Iris, I bet. Looks like you've been bitten by the love bug, Nick. There are a bunch of musty-looking blankets and bedding set piles over here. I wonder how they're even here in the first place. I wonder why they're even here in the first place. It's because all spiritual training is done under the supervision of a nun. I wonder if Sister Bikini is planning to sleep in here while I train. But if they sleep, what's the point of having them in here in the first place? The actual training area must be on the other side of this door. I wonder what it's like that. I wonder what it's like. Phooey, it's locked. Come on, Nick. You know you want to open it for me. I can't. You've been in kind of a bad mood lately, haven't you, Nick? Zavari. I know what it is. I-R-I-S. Ha ha ha. Iris and Nick sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. I mean, a lot of this would be fixed if he just says, like, what happened. Showing Maya's mother, Misty Faye. It's not that old. That crest at the top is the official mark of the master. I wonder if this temple has some sort of connection to the Faye family. I think it does, actually. Supposedly, it was founded by a branch family member of the Karain School. I'll have to ask Bikini in more detail when I get the chance, about Maya and the Faye family in general. Whew, we managed to make it across Dusty Bridge. Nick, you look green. Are you feeling alright? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the train hall, you've been really quiet. Huh? Oh, sorry. Hey, you! Wait up! Think he's yelling at us? He must be. There's no one else around. Would you mind moving? You're standing right in my way. Oh no. Ah. Hey! I know you. You're... Whoa. Sorry, gotta run. See ya. Hey! Wait a minute. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Lawrence, nah, whatever, I'll just say Lawrence. I'm not gonna say that last name anymore. Larry? Liar, you're Larry. Your clothes may change, but you're still the Butts. Shut up. I'm Lawrence. I'm just here to do a sketch of the Dusty Bridge. So it really is our Larry. Not that I get why he's pretending to be someone else. So what are you doing with the last name Denixum? Well, I just wanted to start over again with a clean slate. A clean slate? You remember, don't you? Last time? Mask case. After that, I started to realize I didn't like this guy known as Larry Butts. And that's when I came across it, the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny? Do you mean Magic Bottle by Miss Elise Denixum? It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt cleansed. I was saved. Maybe I should buy a copy of the Magic Bottle. Wow, Larry. Wow, Larry would make a great book salesman. I want to get that book now, too. She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I'd follow her anywhere. Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady. You see? Here's a photo I took of her in secret. Wow, that's a beautiful photo. You want a copy, don't you? That's okay, I just happen to have an extra prints. Still, it's kind of hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. So tell the truth. You must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women. Talk about a bad case of denial. Anyway, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art isn't only about technical skill, you know. It's also about having a pure heart. That's why I'm asking. Can you draw well enough to make a whole book? Now that you mention it, I wonder. Looks like you still have some doubt in your heart. It's true, I do. When I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended and something else began. Oh, Larry, it sounds like you've fallen in love with Miss Elise Denixum. No, you're wrong. It's not her. It's the other girl. Other girl? Uh-oh. Got a bad feeling about this. Ooh, yeah, her, my little Iris. She's really pretty. This girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. I wonder if she would model for me. I want to draw a portrait of her. Yeah, you always liked those model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a second. Didn't you say you were swearing off women? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have, basically, but Iris is different. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream. This guy will never change. Everyone. Hey, Pearly! Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall. Alright, I can't wait to dig in, Pearly. I'm going to the inner temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training. Boy, am I stuffed. Are you sure it's alright to eat that much before your training? Well, this kind of training is a battle of endurance. Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your health at risk. No pain, no gain, I guess. I'm still worried about you. Well, let's not dilly-dally, shilly-shally. You must be ready for tonight. I must get ready for night. Good luck, Maya. Alright, here I go. I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Iris, please ring the bell at 10 for lights out, alright? Yes, Sister Bikini. And then, after you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall. I understand, Sister Bikini. Man, Bikini really seemed excited about this training thing tonight. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Ah, I'd love to. Rose is absolutely smitten with Mr. Nixon. So, Larry, what are you going to do? Huh? Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. I can't stand the cold at all. Totally hear you there. Miss Elise? So, for example, how do you read this? It says, gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Okay, and what about this word? That's another tough one. It says, roast. What kind of book is she reading anyway? I'm gonna go wash the dishes and help clean up. I'll go visit you when I'm done, Miss Elise. Not much to do except to head to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. It's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Oh, why couldn't the nearest bathroom just be a little closer to my room? Mr. Wright? Ah! Oh, Mr. Nixon, are you going to use the bathroom too? No, but have you seen Pearl? No, not since after dinner. I thought she said she was going into your room. I know. She never showed up. I'm going to go look for her. Excuse me. Miss Elise Dexum, a woman as mysterious in origin as her last name. But, a really mysterious one is? Oh! Ah! Sister Iris. Good evening. A really mysterious one is this girl. Are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright? This chance passed me by. Should try to talk with her and maybe get some answers. Your sister Iris, right? Yes. So, when did you come to Hazakura Temple? I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home. So you've never left? Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini, I've come to think of her as my real mother, as it were. Ah, I see. But you didn't go to college? Maybe enroll in the Ivy University Literature Department? No, I never had an interest in going to a big university like that. My training is all the education I need. I see. But, once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use a computer and cell phone, too. Not exactly something worth bragging about. I don't see any psych locks. So I guess that means she's not lying. Please don't stare at me like that. What kind of place is this, anyway? I heard it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that. Must seem awfully crazy to know people like you. Well, I have to admit, it is a whole different world up here. Glad to hear you say that. Huh? Talking with dead people. How does it help anyway? I hate it. Really? So then why stay up in a place like this? Ah, something wrong? I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out. I guess it's almost 10 now, huh? Mr. Wright? Yes? If it's alright with you, I'd like you to have this. But this is your hood. It has the power to protect you from evil spirits. I didn't think of it. Sister Bikini was wearing one of those too. I pray for your safety on this dark, cold night. I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night. Wait a minute, Sister Iris. Yes? Just now, you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How did you know my name? I never introduced myself to you. That's... Sister Iris, please tell me the truth. You and I, have we ever met before? Iris. Oh, it's almost 10. Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow. So my hunch was correct. She does know me. I'll have to try and talk with her again tomorrow. What the? Blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. That scream came from around here. Ah! Someone's there. On the ground. Mr. Nixon! I just stepped on something soft. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that. What are you doing lying there in the snow? I was passed out. What do you think? So the blood-curdling scream was you? Forget about it. Hurry and call the police. Is there even a phone in the main hall? No, but we still get reception up here in the mountain. You must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it with me. Oh, you're useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. I've got no choice. I'll have to use the public phone by the dusky bridge. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Run as fast as you can. Yes, ma'am. Now hurry. Iris will. Iris will. It's farther than I thought. The bridge is just up ahead. I have to go tell Maya what happened, too. Dusky bridge. It's burning down. What the heck happened? What are you doing here? Ah! Huh? What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry, it's Lawrence. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to go to the inner temple. Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now. Listen to me. There's been a murder here at Asakura Temple. What? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya is safe. But please, call the police. I've got to go. Get out of my way, Larry. It's too dangerous. Nick, wait! Must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Ah! Nick! Weakened even more by the fire, the old bridge's planks snapped and gave way. As I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me, the final terrified scream rose to pierce the frozen air of the harrowing night. Man. Could that be at this time of night? Yes. Edgeworth speaking. Edgy, get up. It's an emergency. Huh? Larry? Do you know what time it is? It's not Larry. It's Lawrence. Lawrence the Nixon. This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up. It's an emergency. It's Nick. He took a really nasty spill. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking. His life is in danger. But what? What happened? Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may already be dead. Anyway, you've got to come to the back. You've got to come back. You're the only one that can help. My Iris. My beautiful Iris. She needs help. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. Now, I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry! It's been 1 year since I left that country. Thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion, as if I expected anything to change. You're late, Edgy. What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. Well, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elise, and Nick is, Maya is, and Iris is bikini. Huh? Say something, Edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was picture book author Miss Elise Nixon. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect of the temple is the temple's younger nun. And then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. Yes, that's right. You got it. But they arrested her. My sweet little Iris. And here I was, convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? The things Wright gave me when I was leaving his room. This first. He said some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. And the other, he couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is, could he? I'm begging you, Iris' trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture, you're all I've got left. You're the only one who can represent her. What did you just say? You know, represent, defend. What are you expecting? Why do you think I called you anyways? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. Prosecutor. Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who... Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. This country's judicial system have fallen to such decay. Please, Edgy. At least listen to her. Listen to Iris' side of the story. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I'll at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Lawrence said that he might have died. Now he might even die. Fortunately, he will be fine. Hey, you moron, how could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Thank goodness. But he's caught some kind of nasty cold. A cold? He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. Must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple? What's that? It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power? You should go to the temple for that reason as well? No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple then? I've committed some sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there, and why I continue to train, to purify my soul. I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime. Alright. I helped clean up after dinner, then I went back to my room at about 8 o'clock. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10. Bell? We ring it at the same time each night. I see. And then? And then, I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated. Oh, I'm very happy. It's what her story, I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You're asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder. Yes. However, you didn't go. Because you say you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? What in the world? Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. Looks like she's not aware of them herself. These must be what Wright was talking about. It's psycho locks. I believe he said that I need to present this to Magatama item to do something. So do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night? I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed. Spiritual power? Yes, spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. And I'm certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise de Nixon? No. Not the one who took her life. The psycho-lock things aren't appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying. What's wrong? Can't believe what I'm thinking. Here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power. It appears that that's about all you can tell me. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited right at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow. He asked me to defend you. If Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate into your capable hands. Now, before that, I have one question. Yes? Do you know Wright? Why would you ask that? Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange. But Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you? He's a very dear and indispensable friend. It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. You deceived him? I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me, without learning the truth. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to fully recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth. I promise. Very well, I'll do everything in my power to get you into Quaidle. That's enough information gathering for now. Should head to the crime scene. It sure is cold, alright. So this is a dusky bridge. Oh, wow. It's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year, or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around here. Oh, ouch. And there's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct. Wise decision. Vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. Heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. The gum on your shoe. He's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. Without Prosecutor Godot is going to get here before me. That guy's a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Godot? I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about the case. It's simple. No, simple is as simple does, as they say. Oh, you've got no idea how much I've missed that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness that saw the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady? Here? On this freezing cold mountain? Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady. I mean, decisive witness myself. Oh, the amount of disappointment. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through. Yep, I can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross. That's how it goes, right? Or was it that leap? Huh? And is there something on the other side? Yeah, some old building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir. What? Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training now, and they're stuck there. Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey. Oh no, her again. Anyway, the air is really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir. Will she be alright in this cold? So So how did this bridge burn down anyway? We're almost 100% sure it was lightning. Lightning? So who is this Prosecutor Godot? I've never heard of him. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of man is he? He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good. He's so good. How is it that I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case? You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godot has really got it in for Mr. Wright. Oh? Yeah, he seems to have some kind of grudge. What would be the cause of this grudge? I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something. None of this is making any sense. I better look into this Godot myself. You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning? Yep. Last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning were definitely struck. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. Even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, that? They got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge? Who is this witness? Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. Yo, Edgy, what took you so long? I'm so cold, my brain's turned to sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. But what do you mean? Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. I find myself taking requests to defend a woman accused of murder. Hey, wait a second. Hold it. Objection. What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and... What kind of lame excuse is that? And you call yourself the defense attorney? Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, a defense attorney, just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore. Ah, dude, Edgy. I'll see you for a couple of years, and your heart turns into sherbet. Say more into sorbet, but it is rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her, someone else did. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one. Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove your innocence. At least until I pass the baton to Wright, that is. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent? Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. I was right after all. Should have never come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. Honest. I had a penny for every time he said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much. Know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Forget it. I didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it? What? Get lost. Go back to your chartered jet and get out of my sight, you creep. And you hope your plane crashes and you die. I'll ask just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? As I suspected, Psycho-Locks. I'm sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? Alright, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth. My. A handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, yeah, found her. Now, what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. Ha ha ha. Yes, nicely. I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth? This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? This is exactly why your salad keeps getting cut. My stomach's already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Oh, first, I want to hear what you know. First, I'd like to ask you about last night. Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? I suppose it was about 9 when we left here. Training lasts all night long, so it's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Sorry. Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard, but your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here? The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps. I'm starting to get goosebumps myself, but for a decidedly different reason. Oh, you get the chills pretty easy, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Alright. Oh, actually, give me a second. Oh, I forgot to mute the thing when I was putting it down. Alright then. I'd like to tell you exactly what I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. Must have been past 11. Ah, no, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. I saw 2 people. One of them was lying on the ground. The other one was stabbing her from by the back. With a sword. Did you see this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. You must have been quite shocked. Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of a courtroom. I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. And when I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed, and then I passed out. Unfortunately for us, her testimony seems to be pretty solid. However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural. Unnatural? The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. I wonder what she means by that. As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct? Yes, that's correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is, I've got a bad lower back. Bad lower back? Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. So bad that I can't even lift the bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall. So you left the disciple all alone? Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So this head nun actually see Iris there. I think you'd better try to get some more details. So who's this acolyte that was training at the temple training at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. After she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit eyes and chant 30,000 times. You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over in the inner temple, do you? No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night, you still hadn't started the training session itself. Well, that's good to hear. Oh, dear. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't like the sound of this one. Do you know the small girl? I believe she is Mystic May's little sister. May has a little sister? Oh, you mean Little Pearl. That's May's Faye's sister. Cousin. Little Pearl? I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with dinner cleanup, but I haven't seen her at all since late last night. She's nowhere to be found. You mean she was the victim? It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back. A little girl who was with the victim on the night of the murder is gone. As they say, the plot thickens. You said you went with Maya to the training hall in the Inner Temple last night. Did you happen to see Iris while you were there? Of course I saw her. I told her to meet us after ringing the tin bell for lights out. So you're saying Iris came to the Inner Temple then? Of course she did. Iris had always been a good, obedient girl. After that, I had Iris help Mystic Maya begin her training. That doesn't fit with Iris' story at all. She said that she never went to the Inner Temple. As they say, the plot thickens. Oh, this poor girl. Where could she have gone? Well, we checked her out her home, and she's not there. And she's nowhere in the vicinity of the temple either. Which means there's only a few other possibilities of where she could be. Ah, do you think maybe she fell off the bridge and was carried downstream? Why would you have to be such a pessimist, Detective? I was just trying to think like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ironic, I became a pessimist only after I had the pleasure of working with you. Oh, how could such a terrible thing have happened? It's all my fault. Oh, come on, lady. Don't think like you need to take on all the blame yourself. Quiet. What do you know anyway? Ouch, you're scary. With that stupid 5 o'clock shadow and that stupid old coat of yours. It's bad that you weren't the one that disappeared. Why does she have to take it all out on me? Her anger does seem a little manufactured. This is Mystic Elise's princess, is it not? I think he might have a bit crush on me. Sweet boy at any rate. Huh? Oh, I don't blame him. Sister Bikini understands the temptations of young men. Sure. I'm afraid it wouldn't be proper to abuse my position. I am a head nun, after all. But, in return, I did allow him to draw a portrait of me. I pray it was a pose that maintained your modesty, for everyone's sake. She's a very important visitor, you know, and an honored acolyte. Honored? How so? The Fae name is synonymous with the Korean channeling technique. Therefore, she must be a spirit medium of great power indeed. Now that you mention it, 1 year ago, there was a case that was about the master of the Korean channeling technique. Detective? I test talk of supernatural dribble. I suppose now you'll say she had midichlorians. Oh, that's the Force. Oh. So it gives you the creeps, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? That's got nothing to do with it. There are more inside cushions in the corner of the room. What's that white piece of paper sticking out from that stack? Beats me. Would you mind checking that out for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. There you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like an old manila envelope. What is it, Detective? This could be it. An ultra important clue. A super special clue. I suppose I should read it myself then. Looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed. It sounds like a blackmail letter. Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? An ultra important prosecutor, a super duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. Hmm. Do you know anything about this old, crumbled up letter? Is that addressed to Iris? Yep, clearly says to Iris on it. I can't believe it. That girl doesn't have any secrets from me. Ah, so Sister Bikini didn't know anything about it. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut with tight with a number of psycho locks. I guess I'll have to look for him for now. What a thorn in my side. Let's see, is there anything... I don't see anything. There's a little shack that way called the Heavenly Hall. A shack? It's like a rundown doghouse for losers that can't bear the freezing drafts of wind. Kind of reminds me of my apartment, sir. The name Heavenly Hall makes it sound like a palace. Giving a hovel a great name is a crime itself. I'd call it false advertising. By the way, the name of my apartment complex is Compton Castles. That's not such a great name, if you ask me. Well, it's not such a great apartment either, sir. Looks like Iris is being interrogated right now. This place certainly brings back memories. Oh yeah, come to think of it, you got thrown in here once too, didn't you, sir? But you know what? I've never been in jail a single time. Should think it's hard to land in jail when you're so harmless. Yes, well, if you're in jail, you don't have to pay for your own meals, you know. Don't get any funny ideas, detective. Too late, I already did. In any case, I guess I'll come back here later. Alright, I'm glad I saw that dialogue, that's great. I guess I have to present this. About this here. Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order to see reality for what it truly is, we strive to break our attachment to such a transcendent material realm. As you could call me an immaterial girl. Guess she lives in an immaterial world, huh, Edgeworth? Well, that's a demon warding hood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possessions by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection. Oh, I see. What are you waiting for? You won't get any protection just by holding it, you know. Put it on already. No, I can't. I was just... It's like it was made just for you, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean by that, detective? It's absolutely marvelous. You got to keep it on for a while. It's some sort of divine retribution. Huh. Well, look what you found. That's the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Misty Faye. It's been nearly 20 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Apparently she intended to pass on the master title to her daughter. Who is this daughter? Well, I myself am part of the branch family of the Faye clan. Even I am not privy to information concerning the main family. About this picture. Well, look at that. I look pretty S to the XZ, don't you think? Yeah, absolutely. Up until recently, we've avoided exposure in such magazines. This time we had our reasons. Is that so? For example, well, why deny the world the sight of such a lovely face? Am I just not showing the right thing? This man, his face betrays a life of suffering and great weariness of the world. Sure. But, even so, I can't believe this guy actually jumped into the river. Think of all the fun things he might have enjoyed if he had just lived. Relentless spiritual training alone is no way to lead a complete life, huh? Sounds like she's got some major regrets that she's dealing with. Perhaps I should let Gumshoe explain the right situation to her for me. Hey, don't look at me like that. Do your own dirty work, sir. Oops, sorry, I showed that. Oh, so showing that just also gets that dialogue, huh? I'm confused. Am I just missing something? Should I be examining other things? There's flowing script written everywhere on the walls. Man, I'd bet you'd have to be awful nightmares if you try to sleep in there. This is our main hall, so it's protected by a variety of magic spells and charms. They're all designed to prevent evil forces from entering. So if I slept here, the Oogie Woogie Boogie Man wouldn't hunt me down for eternity. Alright. Can this guy think about anything other than eating and sleeping? That thing sure casts a strong presence over the whole room. This is the Lesser Magatama. It's a precious heirloom containing a great many souls. Huh? This is Lesser? What is the greater one like? The greater Magatama is displayed in the main hall room of the Fey Manor. It was supposed to be shown at the Treasures of Crane exhibit, but it was so large they couldn't bring it through the doors. It's an altar with a giant Magatama enshrined on it. There are lots of candles lined up on it too. You know, I hadn't had a birthday party for myself in a while. Maybe you should blow out those candles over there to make up for that. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind singing happy birthday to me? Stop that. Cut that out. Please don't blow out the altar candles. Oh, it's a warm cat box. But where are all the cats? It's called a hibachi. It's for heating the room. Oh, look at all those ancient straw frisbees. Those are a type of zabuton cushions called Enza. Why are you giving me such a hard time? Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Why? Because learning something new might actually be a good thing for you, detective. So, let's see. We explored everything in this room. I've talked to her about everything. There must be something I'm missing, then. Oh. I didn't go to the courtyard. That's why. That is completely stupid of me. I guess I just didn't see the option. And this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched. Thanks, detective. I'll just have a look around. Looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, thought I'd better ask, just to be sure. Are you really going to defend the nun, Iris, at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, now I must follow through with my commitment. But, well, in that case, I've got to be careful. I'll make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap. Yes, you do that, detective. Just how much has your runny spout leaked over the years? The main gate must be over that stone wall. Ah, stone walls. Jumped over a few of those in my time. Most of them are good memories, but not all. Detective, perhaps someone should introduce you to the concept of paucity of words. So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon? It sure is. It's called a Shichi Shoshito, by the way. Nice piece of work, sir. There's no blood on it. So is this the victim's blood? Yep, it's all over the blade. Speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the Shishicho too. Fingerprints? Actually, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant. Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon? What's wrong? You're looking really solemn. Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney? Yeah, I figured it doesn't feel really good. To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health. What's this? Looks like a wizard staff. That belonged to the victim, Miss Elise the Nexum. There's something strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen to this. It's just between us, okay, sir? Yes. What? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this. Alright. The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me? That's it? This staff was just made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just the victims. There's something right here. I don't know why it's kind of weird, but it's probably not that important then. Ah, I just love skiing. Really? You don't, seem like the type. Oh, what about sleds? Sleds? Nah, they're a little too kiddie, you know? Messes with my hard-boiled image. What's with the silence, Mr. Edgeworth? Is the world starting to go mad? When I was a kid, I wanted to grow up to be a wizard, but sledding? Nah, screw that. That's too kiddie. The main hall of Hazakura Temple is above us here. Hey, you're right, but I'm pretty sure the main hall didn't have a second floor. Hazakura Temple was built on a steep part of the mountain. The front and back of the main hall are on different levels. Oh, that makes sense. Wouldn't it be easier to just build the place slanted, sir? I don't see how you can consider that to even be a remotely good idea. It's a lantern. It's supposed to light it at night. There's something elegant about the light of the fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in the room by candlelight. Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill? How did you know? Wait, hang on. Oh no, that wasn't nothing. That doesn't look like there's anything else. Alright, unless I'm just missing something then. I mean, it's very possible. This is the bridge Wright tried to cross. Pretty reckless if you ask me. I'm amazed he survived the fall from up here. Yeah, he's one lucky guy, sir. Not say how he managed to win his cases in court. Blind luck. I think dumb luck suits Wright a bit better. Looks like a pretty good distance to that far cliff. Yeah, it's gotta be around 100 yards or so. Detective, that's not even close to 100 yards. Well, I gotta admit, I'm not very good at judging distances. It's about 20 yards or so. Impossible to cross that bridge, it seems. So this is the type of thing is necessary up here in the mountains. Say, they gave me a great idea. And tells me he's going to tell me what's going on in his mind, whether I like it or not. Got an idea for a brand new invention. Might even make me rich. An invention? Yeah, a car that can travel on snow. I'll call it a snow car. So what do you think, sir? Would you go for a ride on something like that? Only after you take the first 1,000 test rides. I can see a small bell tower from here. Hey, that reminded me. There's something I've always wondered about. Something tells me he's going to tell me what's going on in his mind, whether I like it or not. We call a person who tells a lie a liar, right? We don't call a person who rings a bell a beller. Or a truer for a guy who tells the truth. Oh man, I'm not going to get any sleep tonight. I had no idea he was such a deep thinker. This gate looks quite old, strong enough to resist the weight of time. That's the Mr. Edgeworth I know. You've got a real flair for words, sir. I've always appreciated this kind of old, timeless elegance. That's exactly how I feel, too. Take this coat, for example. Like a fine wine, it gets better with age. Even fine wine turns vinegar and begins to stink at some point. suggest you wash that atrocious rag you call a coat, Detective. It must be the main hall back there. Brilliant deduction, sir. Are you trying to flatter me, Detective Gumshoe? A brilliant use of suspense to build attention, sir. According to Wright, the head nun has some important information. Can't miss the opportunity to speak with her. So, I don't know where Larry is. I can't do anything with him. The only other person I can really talk to is Gumshoe. The only other place I can go to is the courtyard. Oh, I didn't talk to him. I don't know why I didn't think about that. The victim is the famous book author Miss Elise Nixon. Her entire past, up until she won that writing award last year, is a total mystery. It's hard to believe in this day and age you can still find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 and 11 p.m. on February 7th. The cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. Murder weapon? The victim was found skewered with a giant sword, sir. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises were consistent with falling from the height of a two-story building. Two-story building? That would be about the same height as the room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. It just happens to be the room that Elise Nixon was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out the window after she was stabbed by the sword. Don't tell me, is Elise the Nexum actually Misty Faye? Now then, Detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Okay, let's take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun, right after they finished dinner, she and Maya headed to the inner temple. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to the Hazakura temple. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. Want more details? You should ask Bikini herself in the main hall. Inner temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. The trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? I'm pretty sure it's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors were true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defended, he just lost interest. I intended to appear in court in the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be the judge. Yes, he certainly would remember my face, even after such a long absence. That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. I had no idea I had such a powerful string to pull. What is the inner temple that May was supposedly training at? According to the Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of the Dusky Bridge. Bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple? Nope, not a thing. Nothing? The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kind of like a little island out there. So the only thing there is the inner temple. Here's not the kind of place a person could survive in. Alright. I mean, please be alright, Maya. I've already talked about all that. Oops. Dang it. I wonder what happens if I present this to him. Oh. I think I might have already told you about this, but the truth is, when I was a little kid, you wanted to become a wizard, right? Hey, that's amazing. How did you know that? So, what do you think? I'd make a really great one, don't you think? We just had this conversation a little while ago, detective. There we go. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. But I've already told you everything that Iris, please remember, I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes, thank you. I just finished speaking with the head nun of the Hazakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said that she saw you stab Miss Elise the next time with the sword. And the other thing, she said that when Mayafei began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last night, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met with you at the Inner Temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night. I feel like she's unwilling to tell me the whole truth. I wonder if I'll have to find the answers I'm looking for if I break those psycho locks. Oh, take that! Since I have been handed this case, it's my duty to dig up all the answers, understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the Inner Temple last night? Yes, I swear. I already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is what you're frightened of so much that you couldn't even leave your own room? I found this in the main hall. It's addressed to you. Ah, that's... Well, Iris? Why are you glaring at me like that? You're scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, isn't that correct? Is it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way. But, Mr. Edgeworth... Yes? I thought the letter was just someone playing a prank on me. A prank? Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it to that would have caused me any grief. I wonder about that. Mr. Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her. No, you may not have anything to hide under your normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there's one person you didn't want your secret told to. Phoenix Wright. Ah. You mean something to Wright, it seems. I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know who your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. That was, let's say, childhood friend. After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hall letter mentions? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. A small shack, huh? It's more like a broken down shack that no one ever wanted to go near. Where is it on this map? It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from the Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the Inner Temple, I have no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking at Heavenly Hall... I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it. So this is where that secret you locked away in your heart. Yes. Alright, give me a second. I'm actually able to have my phone up now since I charged it enough, because I forgot to charge it last night. And I didn't charge it this morning either because I was out and about. Yes. Looks like as though I may have to visit this heavenly hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night. Yes, that's exactly right. Trial starts tomorrow. I promise you I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. That's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am. Whoa, not much of a view down here, huh? Still better than the view from my apartment, though. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. Oh, why? Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Next it's going to be prison, I guess. I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself. Shh. Be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again. Done that? What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you. About what you just said. I got an objection. What the? Edgy, you dirty little rat. Gumshoe. You oaf. I'm sorry, sir. But I knew it. I was shouting out objection. In a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. I watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? What is this little shack anyways? Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday. And why were you down here in the first place? Come on, I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. It's a great little place. It's artistic. It's quiet, it's cold, it's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse. Sounds like a lot like my apartment there, pal. One thing's for sure, no one's likely to show up and disturb you here. Can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe? He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir. I mean, if he's supposed to be the one that drew this, it looks really good. Yeah. I'll give him credit. He's got talent. Listen to me, Edgy. You gotta do this. You gotta save Iris. Are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute? Watch your mouth. Anyway, I've made up my mind about it. I'm going to marry that girl. So Edgeworth was pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm going to ask for him. You already asked this girl to marry you? No, not yet, but I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. She's got this, I really want this man to carry me over the threshold look. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He'd never imagined I could marry such a beautiful girl like that. Someone tells me he would be shocked, indeed. That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I going to do if she gets hurt? What's this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. I really want to know the answer to that. We're going to have to drag him onto the witness stand. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you, and what were you doing last night? Aw, man, don't you have anything else to talk about? Well, with that kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Okay, chill out with those scary eyes. I got it. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. Something incredible? Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water. Why hasn't he realized? I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him. That's a horrible graffiti problem you've got there, pal. You don't know anything, detective. This is art. It's an expression of my bittersweet love for Iris. Larry, do you know what the difference between graffiti and true art is? It's how the artist himself defines it, right? I should have seen that one coming. Well, if that's the case, then all of my lunchboxes are masterpieces too, pal. Oops. What's this festival-looking ornament? It reminds me of art class in grade school. We used to have a lot of fun decorating the classroom with origami, remember? Well, Oh yeah, you were never any good at it. Really? Yeah, this guy was so bad, he couldn't even fold a dollar, let alone a crane. I would try to comfort him, but he would just sit there sobbing. Really? I never would have expected that. Be quiet already. I'll never forget the shame of that day. You want a crane? I can now make a perfect quarter-inch crane without a single flaw. You know, Edgy? Nothing for nothing, but a quarter-inch crane without a single flaw is not easy. Yeah, that's quite a feat, Prosecutor Edgeworth. This is exactly why I hate childhood friends. The straw roof is really covered with freshly fallen powdery snow. Wow, it makes a nice image, doesn't it? I always did like the rustic look. Heavenly Hall. I suppose it's an appropriate name in some sense. Got that right. Like that bridge up there. This place has to be heaven, because that thing is hell. You would do well to remember, Larry. That this is a sacred place to some people. It's a little far, but I have a pretty clear view of Dusky Bridge from here. Ah, I still can't believe it. Really. What is it, Larry? Huh? Nothing. It's nothing. Sounds pretty suspicious to me. Something about that statement smells, and you know what they say. Something smells, it's usually the butts. Let's go all the way to the Dusky Bridge. It's a pretty long but easy walk. Fell down 4 times on the way down here, sir. Oh, sorry about that, detective. I ate 4 bananas and tossed their peels on the stairs on the way down here. What? So that's what I was slipping on. Be careful on the way back. Those deadly banana peels are still out there. That's a real important piece of information right there, Mr. Edgeworth. I kind of wish that like popped up as in like banana peels on the staircase as added to evidence. Then he was like, gumshoe, that is not useful at all, and it gets tossed out. That would have been great. It's the Eagle River, sir. It runs pretty fast, so it doesn't ice over, even in the winter. If it had iced over, Wright would have been in some serious trouble. You're right about that. He would have landed on the ice and slid downstream to who knows where. Not exactly what I meant, but alright. Yeah, he would have broken his bones. Oops, I forgot it has to be percent. Oop, there we go. Take that. Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night. Whoa, you're really upset. There we go. Bots. Yeah, they got smarter to automatic bans. That sucks, but I don't want to take the thing off in case they do that again. It's better for someone to have to copy... Well, it's better for someone to see something's fake by having to copy-paste it rather than accidentally clicking it and getting sent there. So... Oh, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk. Huh? That was a bit too easy. Yeah, anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. Around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I've been sleeping, so I'm not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing, the world in front of me went white. I had just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend, Naomi. And then it was on fire. The bridge was on fire. Dusky Bridge caught on fire? Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes? Yeah, why are you giving me the evil eye? I'm telling the truth. There are still 3 psycho locks remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you in that night when you saw that happen? Where, you say? What do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? Just answer the question. It's in my room, by the main hall. Where else would I be? As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there. There? What do you mean, there? It's impossible for you to have seen lightning strike Dusky Bridge from your room. This map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of the Hazakura Temple. What am I looking for? Yeah, this should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees and it's impossible to see the bridge from here. What? What do you mean? Why didn't you tell me that before? Well, how about it? How about what? You feel like talking now? About what? Looks like it won't be that easy after all. Leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then, where were you? You don't know that? I wasn't in my room? But where was Larry? Why was he there? If I read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. The place you witnessed the striking Dusky Bridge was here. The place you saw the lightning strike from was, naturally, Heavenly Hall. Why would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, and it could fall apart at any minute. Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet. Uh-oh. In other words, you have just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you've at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset. Yeah, that's right. If you inspected or examined the bridge, that also gives a tell. I have to admit, I'm impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick. That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night? That's what you might call affaire decor. I think you mean affaire decor. Could it be you were waiting for someone? Oh no. You really were the scary guy, you know. I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come and meet you. There's only one person you'd wait for in this horrible place like this, Larry. I told you before, don't call me Larry. The person you were waiting for was Iris. Oh, suddenly I feel cold all over, Edgy. No doubt because of my chilly glare. So you think I got the hots for our sister Iris, huh? Do you have some kind of evidence? You got something that proves I was waiting for her? Or were you just guessing? This is where I draw the line in this ridiculous little game. Here's evidence that proves you were waiting for Iris. Here's your evidence. You called her to the spot with a pathetic blackmail letter. Oh, hey, give that back. You're embarrassing me. What are you doing with that anyway? It's not important. I misjudged you, Larry. What do you mean? Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that. You should be ashamed of yourself. Oh. First of all, what's this at the top of the letter? It says salutation here. Well, that's what it said in the book. Letter writing for dummies. You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write, Dear Iris. I'm so sorry. So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you? Sorry, Edgy. Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag, threatening a young lady like that. Wait, hold up. What now, pal? What are you talking about, threatening stuff? Tell you what, you try to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal. What do you mean, threaten? When did I threaten her? Unless you want your secret to be exposed. That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact. Give me a break, it's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love? What did you just say? Your love for her burns so hotly it could melt all the snow on this mountain. Oh? Then what's the secret you mentioned? Come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? Like about the secret love between me and her. Or her and me. Obviously she wouldn't want an old lady bikini to know about it, right? About our hot and sour, bittersweet love affair. Alright, then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope? Give me a break. It's not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes. Yeesh. Why are you so quick to apologize, pal? It's because Edgy gave me that scary look of his. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? That's it? That's what all those huge locks were about? I don't understand why you were so defensive. Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down. But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy's still hiding something, I know it. What do you mean, detective? Don't forget what this guy said just a minute ago. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. He's right. Larry, what? You're looking at me with the hungry dog like you found a bone. What was that something incredible you saw last night? You go and tell me, Larry, one way or another. I already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge. Yes, and I believe it was an incredible sight you saw. But now I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true. But what isn't? If that's all there is to your story, your heart wouldn't have all those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning. What? When? Where? Why? How? Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. No! What's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to do it all over again? Why are you glaring at me like that? I'm next to be hit by a bolt of lightning. Just had it with this Harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I just have to drag him to the witness stand. Interesting. Oh my, Mr. Lawrence feels that way about me? Apparently. He isn't aware of your real secret at all. It's no time to be embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Or not, in any case, whatever it was that he saw on the night of that incident. Mark my words, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Lawrence is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. Mr. Bikini claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Eliza Denexum, correct? That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well then. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed, don't worry. I've made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris, it is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once. Mr. Edgeworth, I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of the Hazakura Temple. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. Indeed. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of court's time. Anti-prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant. Uh-oh. Prosecution stands ready. And you are? Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. Von Karma, you say? Perchance, you wouldn't be any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. Legends are a thing of the past. I am von Karma, that is all. Upon special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case. You did? Then, you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you are imagining things, Your Honor. Yes, Von Karma, do you have anything to say? There is no such weaklings as this man amongst those of the prosecutor's office. There isn't? But I'm sure, once before in this courtroom. Ah! I told you, there is no such weakling. But what is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip.
Hold it!
I have no objection to the whip. You don't? The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee. But there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today. This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I expected to face Phoenix right here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I had been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. I see you brought your flair for the histrionic. Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. Wah! Stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor. Very well. Miss Von Karma, please give an outline of this case. With as little whipping as possible. The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Nexum. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo of the crime scene. There's no mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there's a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. Now, hold on here. Not sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up and nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain plagued witness. Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little me? Well, I'm the head nun of the Hazakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. Got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. Ugh. The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with urgency in their hearts should leave the sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? Sorry to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up, violently. So, left Iris to help with the occult, or acolyte, and returned to the Hazakura temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. So it's simply coincidence that you found yourself returned to Hazakura temple. Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed in the inner temple. Sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. You're not about to fall at the first hurdle now, are you, are you now, Miss Miles Edgeworth? I won't keep saying Mr. Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. Hold it! What is this inner temple? Well, see, conversing with the spirits is what we train people to do, right? Well, we'll be the ones asking the questions, madam. In order to do that, a place strong in spiritual power is required. There's a small temple across the dusky bridge called the Inner Temple. Acolytes must spend an entire night there to undergo intense training. And how exactly do you help with this process? It's all quite exacting. Can't move forward without another supervisor. Like a tutor watching to make sure a spoiled child studies. A tutor with a whip, in your case. If that is the case, then why did you return to the Hazakura temple where the murder took place? Violently? That's right. It's no laughing matter, especially in winter. You can't hold anything heavier than a knife and a fork during the cold months. Just being alive is like strict training. The night of the murder, was this fabulous back of yours hurting again? That's right, raging like a bull in a pig pen. I almost fainted once or twice. I just knew that unless I warmed it up, it was going to finally finish me off. Words. You left Iris to help. With what? What do you think? The acolyte's training, of course. It was just past 10 p.m., so you're starting to enter the training exercises proper. Wasn't it your place to remain with the discipline or disciple? Well, the job is simply to watch over the acolytes so they don't pass away. Just to confirm this point again, that night, you met Iris in the inner temple, correct? Yes, she's a gentle, honest girl. She's never once failed to follow my directions. Should probably save. Let's see here.
Objection!
Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on the powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all. The head honcho of the Hazakura temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of defendant Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out for Belle, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that? A defendant or a witness who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back. But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. All people lie, that is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Probably because Edgeworth would catch it. Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means, you must call your memory into question. Dear. You're older than me, and yet you want to play that game, do you? Well, that isn't exactly what My memory is perfect. It's crystal clear, especially in the winter. Then, I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you are going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show more of a decisive piece of evidence. I still you are. I was naive to think alone. Think that alone would do the trick. And please add your comments, Boot, Iris, to the testimony. Let us return to the cross-examination. Are you sure that you're not making a mistake? You, young man, need to get your estimation of me up from the floor. As it always wears the same clothes. The smallest thing out of place would have stood out like a sore thumb to me. You're making a mistake. Thinking I made a mistake. Excellent finish there, witness. Still, I have to wonder. Wouldn't that be false because of this? Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met, she was wearing the Steam Warding hood, correct? Of course. That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute. Hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day, now isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night. Before the lights out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the Iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. Well. It's not a bad feeling at all, exposed to contradictions like this. I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order in the court. Witness your response. Sister? Yes, Hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares. Well, you tend to make too many of them. I see. A stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh? Each nut is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. This is quite strange. If there's a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There's no contradiction here. I'm sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt. Witness? While I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision. I'm sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Mister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way to the inner temple. The seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more simulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. I finished my bath around 11. I thought I should return to the inner temple. As I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look around, or took a look in. Iris was, Mystic Eliza, and with that sword of all things. Mystic Eliza was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out her window. You saw a truly horrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would be much like Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court, and me seeing off from this very chair. Or, well, something like that. This judge, his imagination is just about the same is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe. I would look the fool if I commented on such a foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? How far is this from your room to the inner temple? Let me think a moment. About 20 minutes on these stumps of mine. About 15 minutes to Dusky Bridge from Hazakura Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge. Still, you never made it back there that night, did you? That's right. I was headed along the walkway toward the main hall. You say you heard a noise. Thump, just like that. That can only be the sound of a victim falling. It's very quiet in the temple, you know. You can even hear the snow falling from the branches. Thump, just like that. But then, couldn't this noise you have heard been snow falling to the ground? I never thought of that. Oh-ho. Next one to laugh gets a whipping. Well, whatever the source of the sound, I looked over at the courtyard and...
Hold it!
This is the second time the witnesses testified to seeing the defendant, but some doubt remains in these claims. Hey, just what does that mean? Just because you're a good-looking young man doesn't give you the right to... The murderer who stabbed the victim with the sword. Sister Bikini, try to recall exactly who it was you saw. As clearly as you can. Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something that's been bugging me all this time. Please, don't keep us in suspense. Her hood. Her hood? That's right. It's coming back to me. Iris, she wasn't wearing her hood. I thought something was out of place, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? After all, she'd given that hood away to someone, right? Ha! You dug your own grave, Miles Edgeworth. What did you say? What do you say, Miss Edgeworth? Is this testimony important? This may intentionally appear to put me at a disadvantage, but I can't see any other leads at the moment. Your Honor, I would like these new statements to be added to the testimony. Heh, Miles Edgeworth. If you want to hang yourself, you need only to ask. I'll gladly lend you my whip. I mean, he's got a belt, doesn't he? Witness, add to the testimony. No problem.
Hold it!
You're sure about that? Yes, after all, we all always wear the same clothes. Ah, I don't mean because we're poor, you understand? It's our style. Yes, that's it. There's absolutely no need to explain yourself. Anyway, she looked different from normal, so that's really stuck out. Like me holding the Whippet puppet instead of my whip. Or a Whippet puppy. They said it might bite you and not someone else. Iris didn't have her hood on, I'm sure of it. Very well. Now, please tell us about the victim, eh?
Hold it!
The room the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard, correct? Which means the victim's room was on the second floor. No, Hazakura Temple is a single-story building, but the mountain itself slopes downward, which elevates the main gate of the temple and guest rooms in the back to about the height of a two-story building. I see. And the victim was staying in one of these elevated rooms, correct? Yes, I should know. I'm the one who carried her things to her room, after all.
Hold it!
He's so sure of all this. It's just like I told you earlier. I heard a noise from the courtyard, okay? Thump, just like that. You're one smart sister, I'll give you that. Autopsy report states that the victim's body was covered in bruises, indicating a fall from about 10 feet in height. It appears that the witness was not mistaken then. Yep, I'm more than just a pretty face, especially in the winter. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of the Hazakura Temple. There's only two of them working there. What's wrong, Miles Edgeworth? No snappy comeback remark? It doesn't feel like she is lying. This is very powerful testimony, too. She claims to have seen the instant in which the defendant stabbed the victim. There are only two things I can believe in right now. My client, Iris, and my own abilities as a defense attorney. She didn't have her hood on. The only thing I can think of is this, because it shows without the hood as well.
Objection!
Ah.
Objection!
I'm trying to think it's that statement.
Hold it! Hold it!
You're sure about that? Yes, after all, we always... No, sorry, I already read that. Hmm. It has to be this one, right? It's not like the picture here. Hmm.
Objection!
I'm not sure if I'm just supposed to point that out or that was like a red herring.
Objection!
I guess it's just a red herring, or not a red herring, but it might be the thing. Hmm.
Objection!
No. I guess it is the hood, like, comment. There's something about it.
Objection!
I don't know why I did that. Hmm.
Objection!
I mean, wouldn't it just normally be like the testimony where she said she saw her with the hood on?
Objection!
Guess it wasn't that. This might even just be a red herring is the thing. I'm about to get, like, confused. I'm starting to forget what I have checked and what I haven't checked.
Objection!
Hmm.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
It was, she looked different. It wasn't that. It's not this. I'm pretty sure I presented that. Pretty sure I did that. Let me test.
Objection!
Yeah, I already did that. This is a tough one.
Objection!
I can't think of what it would be at all. Like, I feel like I'm missing something here, like, heavily.
Objection!
It's not that. It's gonna be, like, later. What is it? Like, this was, like, important enough, but I'm not even sure if this is, like, red herring anymore.
Objection! Objection!
No. So, it's gotta be that statement. It's gotta be. What could it be?
Objection!
Hmm. Yeah.
Objection!
I'm gonna drive myself insane because I don't know what it could be. I'm like 100% confused.
Objection! Objection!
It was a red herring. Ugh. Impressive logic, that's what I gotta say. Anyway. Oh, please do. My brain is just something else, especially in the winter. However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you let me so kind as to get a look at the autopsy report? The autopsy report? The victim did not fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed. Ah, that's right. It says after death right here. The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. Oh, I should have been reading that. That would have been like the obvious tell. I fell for the red herring, like hook, line, and sinker. With the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? Order, order! The victim was killed and then fell? If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room, don't you agree? That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And she was then thrown out the window down into the courtyard below. Were there any signs of a struggle in Mrs. Denexum's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree? Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? No traces of blood were found in the victim's room. The whip has just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, if there was no blood in the room, then your claim that... I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure your honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood, very little blood is actually lost at the moment of this blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would mean when the blade is removed. Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound. Yep. Which is, if you get stabbed or stab yourself, don't pull out the knife. You'll live longer till they can actually, save you. Just a little hint. It may not make you... Well, it's not like you'll live through any kind of stabbing, but a good amount of stabbing, you'll have higher chances of being fine if you don't pull out the knife. It's like a lid on the wound. That's true. But if the weapon's still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. Perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We have to come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all the contradictions. Order, order, order. I must admit this is a probable version of events. We expect no less from Francisca Von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point. It seems that we need a clear testimony from the witness. We will also supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please, remain standing on the crate. Don't go selling me short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood. Sister, please give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here. With the whip? Oh boy. Alright, alright. When I looked across this scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? When I woke, Mystic Me was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karma strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together all such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Francisca Von Karma. I'm here to teach you just that. At the time, was the victim bleeding? Well, I was very shocked to be seeing all this, of course, so I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think I saw any blood, not then. I'm sure you didn't. The weapon was acting as a plug in the wound. In any case, let's be clear on one very important point. Did you actually see the instant in which the victim was stabbed?
Hold it!
Think carefully, this is very important. It's Iris we were talking about here. I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No, when I looked over, the sword was already in Mystic Eliza's body. It might be conclusive, but this testimony supports her theory. The victim was stabbed in the room and then dropped into the courtyard. I think this proves it rather well, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it!
So you say that you saw the victim's blood? That's right. Some of it had splattered onto Iris, too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-fleckled clothing was neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-fleckled as well? Or blood-flecked? Seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press this point further? Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw a little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now, you say you saw the victim bleeding? Well, I say that. I say that what I saw is what I saw. What did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day. Pulling the sword out? Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like it came out. Witness, you'll add this to your statement, to your testimony. Oh, was that important? More important than you can imagine.
Hold it!
Smoothly, you say? You're saying you saw the sword smoothly slide out? That's right. The whole thing happened right next to the gold statue of Mystic Me. Mystic Elise was on the ground and Iris was stooped over her. The sword was buried up to the hilt. When Iris stood up, the sword in her hand just slid out of Mystic Elise's body. Elise. It slid out from that gaping wound. It does go without saying that if the sword was removed, there would be bleeding. Nothing out of place here. Is this really the case? I can't help but feel that something about this testimony is very out of place. It's something which couldn't possibly have happened, appears to have happened. Like I said, plunge to the hilt, but there's not that much blood on the sword.
Objection!
Yep. Sister Bikini, you're a reliable witness. At least, I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here. What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about? In this scene, the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to the hilt into its victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities. What do you mean? Please, explain yourself. To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how you look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that. Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble? I too may appear to be weak and frail, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep, should I so choose. The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit. That isn't the only reason here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. You also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding. That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with a Shishishonito. Even a weapon of this nature may sometimes slide out smoothly, and may still sometimes stop the blood loss. I'm not finished. There's still one more thing. one more conclusive contradiction. You've still got more? This one is simple. If the sword really was thrust all the way to the hilt, why is the blood only on the tip of it? Ah! If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. No! Order. Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could only maybe manage one, if that. But what does this all mean? You've proven contradiction regarding the murder weapon, but having come this far, there can only be one answer. And that is, the weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shichito. What? A foolish idea born from the foolish mind of the foolhardy, foolish fool. Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think the sword was the murder weapon? Well, it's because Mystical Me was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was too strong, and this is what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that Shishino was the murder weapon. So maybe the Shichito was not the murder weapon. Even if this is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer this obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as if the sword-like object was found. That's a question, Miss Von Karma. No evidence of that kind was found. Another mystery to throw into the pile. Trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking, it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was, it was just happened over there. What exactly are you going on about here? The murder weapon, I mean. I think maybe I know where the sword was disposed of. What? Well then. I think we need to hear the testimony from you one more time, sister. Impossible. What else? What else could this old woman have seen? I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. After asking that it to be reported, I went to the main gate. And there I saw tracks. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon to the Eagle River and came back when I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She could drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best shape. I'm not in the best of shape. With my back and my age, you know. Quite. There was indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here's the photograph. Snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory. Tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. It solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it a perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon. Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon? Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
You're sure about the time? Yes, I was worried about it, after all. Why was that? Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The acolyte was being doused in freezing water at the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night, could I? So at 11, I decided to leave Hazakura Temple. My estimation of the time seems reliable, at least. Please continue, sister.
Hold it!
You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct? Right, the one who trampled me. Seems she's the type to hold a grudge. There isn't a phone in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix Wright, you didn't even have his cell phone on him? He had forgotten it at home, apparently. What a naive boy, as always. Not only do I always carry my phone, but I always have my whip in hand, too. Anyway, I was really scared. It was taking him a while to get back. So I thought I'd go by the main gate for a spell. And there I saw tracks.
Hold it!
But as I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. That's it. That's the only way in. That's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls. Now, you're certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived? Yes, of course. It was parked in front of the main gate. So she had already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned by that time. I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do? I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question. Was it still warm at the time? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, eh? What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth? I'm playing to a slow crowd here. It goes without saying that a snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, then it means it was recently used. Ah, I see. I never thought of that. Huh, that's right. I overlooked that too. Of course you did. Then answer the question, please, witness. I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it. Snow? Yes, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. There wasn't any snow on it. Curses. It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh? How long does it take to get to the Dusky Bridge by the snowmobile?
Hold it!
In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking. Ah, there's a reason for that. Have we got a moment for me to explain? I think that's why the question was asked in the first place. It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, happy as can be. I fetched some water and was heading back when I went and crashed into a tree. The tree and my back both went crunch, just like that. Crunch. Crunch. I haven't been able to find the courage to write anything since then. Anyway, the killer must have used it.
Hold it!
Refresh your memory. How long are you walking out for? Like I said, somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. I have to concede that it is more than enough time. Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth?
Hold it!
It would have been possible, time-wise. One element remains out of place here. Oh, what would that mystery element be? The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why could the Eagle River dispose of the murder weapon when there are other methods? Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Miss Von Karma? Turning to me for help over the slightest thing. Why don't you think for yourself once in a while, Your Honor? What? She's over the top as always. Anyway, whatever the reason, the fact remains the defendant could have done this. The murder weapon was disposed of in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth. Another mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw the murder weapon? Luckily, there is surely a problem with this testimony. All I have to do is start poking holes in this flawed account. Hmm. Hmm. Well, there's certainly tracks in the photo.
Objection!
Nope.
Objection!
Was it really a tracks photo? I meant this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder. We finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth. However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks? What do you mean? Oh, you know what? I don't know why I didn't think about that. I guess I was kind of thinking like, oh yeah, you just drove back into the right place. Aristotle's Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. This was the case, now there would be two set of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge and those from coming back. Ah, you're right. Huh. You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it? I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow. What does he have to say now, Miles Edgeworth? Is there a flaw in her theory? That snowfall covered at least one set of tracks? Yes. The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that's impossible. Would you care to explain? Why there is a rude index finger currently pointing in my general direction? No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge. In order to dispose of the murder weapon, the outgoing tracks were erased by snow. Or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that outgoing tracks were not covered by snow. It had to be the weather data. Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime. Like I said, it was around 11. Of course, this means that the weapon was thrown away after the time, correct? And on that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report for the Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. The weather report? The snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but it stopped at around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11 p.m., the snow had already stopped falling. It is impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up. Ah! Order! Order! Very well then. Looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. It's too soon to be closing the trial due to snow. Mr. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this, then. When is the weather report ever correct? Ah, no. You got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast, this is actual data. Forecast data, all weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may have been snowing in the vicinity well past 11 p.m. It is true, we cannot be totally sure, eh? What? How did she pull that off? It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. We need to prove conclusive evidence of this. Come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well. I too cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony. Would it be the picture of the woman's dead body because there's no snow atop of her body? Ha, you can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? Yeah, because there's no snow on top of her dead body at all. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in the courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right, but proving that is incredibly easy. If we want to know about whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I am referring to this photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow, with just one exception. That is, the victim herself, Miss Elise the Nexum. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then it is in this photograph. There should be two sets of tracks. Ah! Order. Just what are you... what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself, but that's simply what all the facts point to. That night, someone used a snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for the Dusky Bridge. And at that point, it was still snowing. Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow. Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Speaking words. Huh. Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, all in the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder, which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance. Snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right, but what's odd is when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near the Dusky Bridge. You must have failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too. But that isn't possible. Order in the court. What does this all mean? So then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there would have been two sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yes, I've nothing more to add. I told you everything that I know. But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile. A witness, huh? Was there no one out, walking perhaps near the dusky bridge on that night? I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go wandering in that. Unless they had something really important to do. That's a shame. Hold on. Something's coming to me. An idiot may have gone wandering out that subarctic night. Your Honor? Actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us. Really? You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder? I don't know for sure if he saw it or not. But there are two things about him that do come to mind. Which are, first, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder. And the second being, this individual that I'm thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about? None other than Larry Butts. This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc Delecta's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting. This is Larry Butts, this is disciple of the victim, Elise de Nexum. Her student? Interesting. Why is he wandering a boot outside at night on the murder? That's... I could tell them all about his designs. His designs for Iris. That would be like desires. But it may cost us his credibility as a witness before I can even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee that is his reasoning. And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it that he saw? I intend to extract that from him, right here in this very courtroom. Summon this youth as a witness immediately. I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery for his trial. It would not take long to summon him. Very well. Larry. You may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Ms. Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are two things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hasakura Temple. Very well. Second thing then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But, why? What made you go to the Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Iris. I can't tell you about that yet. Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? Safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Give me just a second. It is time for the Gucci. Let's see. Damn bugs. So I don't know how many times I swat them. It always seems like there's more. I used to never have this many, especially not when my room is this cold. But yeah, it shouldn't take long. To finish up Gucci stuff. Then I'll know it'll be like an hour and then another Gucci stuff will start. Again, got my problems with the gacha addiction, but at least I don't spend money on this stuff. I'm not a fool. Just someone who likes to have some time wasted, I guess. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Nexum? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought, no psycho locks. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. Court will now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely. So I asked what the witness was sketching when he was detained. He drew a terrifying woman, armed with a demonic face and vicious whip. I can only presume that his intentions was to recapture you. Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Lawrence de Nexum, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty of use today. Ouch! Your sketch is in contempt of court. Hey, I was just artistically rendering. You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist straight out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, Viridian. Larry, this isn't an art store, now is it? I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields? I'm assuming he wanted to say field work, I hope. That's it. Thanks, buddy. It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. All your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Or to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. Okay, 1 second. I was figuring that since I needed to just wait on auto stuff, since it's gotcha things, I could continue this. Oh man, I hate this one event. I hate it so much because I know I'm about to lose this one battle if I try it. Oh well. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, this is all your fault. Testify now. Let's see, I'm gonna move this window down a little. This is too much for me. Oh, actually, I might win the battle. What I saw. I was at the lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I, Edgy? Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been cause of numerous incidences. I think he's finally realized that for himself. Oh, never mind, I might lose. Alright, no, I won't. Alright. Just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. Well then, let us proceed with our cross-examination. With no touching, thank you. We can delve into details at a later time. Alright, 1 second. I did win the battle. Hooray! I hate PvP auto-battling.
Hold it!
Whatever's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness? Any ideas where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may say my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it isn't like I was there to look at them, right? See? You can do it if you try. There's only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge.
Hold it!
A number of times? How many? Well, maybe 5 times. I went once every 20 minutes. Which means we spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night. You bet. Real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands. Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack, using this blackmail letter. The blackmail? No, that was simply the product of overflowing love. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness. So what did you see? Oh, for your sake, you saw a snowmobile. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness, eh? I think someone knocked on my door. No, I think they might be, like, banging pots and pans out there again. Or not banging pots and pans, playing pinball with the walls. Well, you see, being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all.
Hold it!
Larry, you really didn't see it. Hey, no need to hit your desk. I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile. Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. It's a snowmobile. If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's necks? Shut up. What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me. Seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. We're going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans.
Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone. That's right, because I've got nothing to do with this. I'm just here to buy Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect those Crimson Lake faces now. It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. 1 second. He's just going to claim to have nothing to do with this till the end. Don't want this guy to cost us any more time. Besides, there's obvious contradictions. Keep things moving along. It has to be that one, because there would have been that thunder strike. Right? Well, I don't know why I'm asking right. Hmm. Hmm. This is gonna be another tough one because Larry's like all over the place. It's like I don't know which one it'll be.
Objection! Objection!
Ugh.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Objection!
It's like trying to hit me at that direction. But like his whole thing's a huge contradiction.
Objection! Objection!
I mean, he would have seen Phoenix.
Objection!
Oh, of course. Hey, Butts. I can understand why you might throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry, but I haven't realized just how much of a nuisance you have been. That could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you trying to console me? Hey, 1 second. Certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidences you create. What? You're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let's talk about the night of the murder. Mr. Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened to cross a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. That's right, me in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. Doesn't matter if you change your name. As long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidences. Reality will not change. But, what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to do is change your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, that's fine. Truthfully, about this one issue is all I need from you. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been around 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out to the window, and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. Certainly saw a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burnt out, like almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know what that man... if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination.
Hold it!
What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half? Well, if you really want to know, I was busy being excited, I guess. Excited? Dare I even ask? I set the meeting time as 10 p.m., right? But I couldn't wait, and then I thought she might come early, too. Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end, because they were never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Shut up, don't go picking my fond memories apart. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. Thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went to check out the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her.
Hold it!
The light was, of course, lightning. Like kerpow. Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. Big bada boom. Or a little like that. That's more like a punch from Miranda. Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge? Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so...
Hold it!
Seeing that, what did you do? What do you think? I was burned up as well, from the fire in my heart. That's why you went to take a look at the bridge? Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know, I changed my mind. Not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, Witness.
Hold it!
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? Lightning fell and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is the small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on. Well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about 5 minutes walk. How did the dusky bridge look when you got there? Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfire kids make during school camping trips can compare. Well, should I press a little more info? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's with a serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have the time to, okay?
Hold it!
And so you suddenly thought to check out the bridge. Does this mean that you initially had no intention of doing so? Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold. I didn't really want to go out there. If that's the case, why did you change your mind? I'd like to hear your reasoning. In which case, please give testimony to that effect, witness. My reasoning? Okay. Reasoning is it?
Hold it!
So you decided to go and see what was happening. That's right, we were talking about a massive suspension bridge burning to high heaven. That's not something you see every day. Real he's trying to say spectacular. Like really special? Can we really trust a witness who's unable to spectacle? I don't know. I was thinking spectacular. Life seems to love hitting this poor witness below the belt. Well, my motto is hit life back as hard as I can. Ah, I'll give you a few hits too if you'd like, with my whip. You told me about the burning bridge yesterday, and there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
It's gonna be the map, isn't it? Because, like, he has a view of the bridge.
Objection! Objection!
No, it has to be the final thing, so I had to get that out of him. But I guess that one thing also didn't do anything, so,
Objection!
Ah. Oops. No, don't load that. I'm only loading this so much too is not only because this bar here that once it gets really low I would pretty much get stuck in constant game over, but also it's just faster to load it than it is to sit through the dialogue. Because I don't really care if that bar is full or empty, I just don't want to have to keep going through a bunch of dialogue that takes a while to skip through. Same thing. Like once you see it once, you don't want to see it again.
Objection!
No.
Hold it! Hold it!
I had to arrive at the bridge at the same time as right? Yeah. I thought I'd better tell someone about this. But then Nick came up yelling about murder. He totally made me forget about the bridge. Fire was pretty much out by then, anyway. What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Mr. Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, that's pretty much it. More or less. Tell me about the burning bridge yesterday. I mean, the weather report says... Oh, I did say 10 approx 10 to approximately 11. Never mind. Dang it. Lightning struck the bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the bridge fire starting and going out.
Objection!
Oh yeah, because he said it went out pretty pretty quickly. Your very existence being a contradiction. I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the? Hey, Edgy, you're making me sound like I'm sort of an alien. Testimony is conclusively contradictory. Problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take you for to catch up with him? Terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge. You immediately went to see what had happened. Is that correct? Well, yeah, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from that night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You can say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to the Dusky Bridge. And you probably got there around 11 p.m. That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. I wouldn't call that an act. Yeah, it's impossible. What do you mean? 11 is when the murder occurred in the Hazakura temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at the Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me, I have an objection. You do? Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry. I'm Lawrence Denexum. Yes, I've been proven that murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Francisca von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. But there is still no way that Wright could have been at the Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It's clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15 p.m. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m. That Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. And now then, what happened during those missing 15 minutes? I feel like I just got brutally woken up by a toilet splashback. Ew. Guess I was still sleeping after all. Ha ha ha. Pinch me. Order, order, order. So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to the meeting in Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why, then, did you not report the accident? Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like. Ah, but this is Larry we were talking about, and even he is incapable of being this so stupid. Which means that there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgy, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm going to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes. I may really say it this time. Everything. Then say it. Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this. However, let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? Yeah, witness, what's this all about? I'm Denexium. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. In shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the lights had gone out, he came right up. And so as artists can be strange folk. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially concerning the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. Ha ha ha. You'll regret this, Edgy.
Hold it!
Tell us, Larry. My name is Lawrence. Get it right. Mistakes like that are what keep you from being popular with ladies like I am. Just who exactly are you? Lawrence the Nexum, apprentice extraordinaire. That's what he calls himself in any case. Then who are you? Then you are an artist? Of course I'm an artist, the real thing. Yet again, that's what he calls himself. Names mean nothing. There's only one issue I could discuss. What were you doing? Actually, give me a second. I think I just remembered something. Yep, I was right in my memory. Forgot to claim a daily limited thing. There we go. There's only one issue I could discuss. What were you doing? It's a very big issue indeed.
Hold it!
Sketchy. Birdie Bridge? Birdie Bridge and everything that came with it. What came with it? You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Reggie? You'll regret this. That sketch of mine is. Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I've got a terrible feeling that the instant the sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please. Well, even I couldn't imagine it turned out like this. Imagine what? That Lawrence the Nexum's debut would take place here, today like this. Show it, now. Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Lawrence the Nexum. Ah. Well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma? Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry. What? The burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate looking figure? Ah, you spotted it. I thought you might. However much I might want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan our future for, you know. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that? Larry, please, answer this next question honestly. Okay. Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of a defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yep, that's what I saw. That's what I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. Are you high? The girl, she's really high up in this photo. In her picture. There's a difference, okay? The difference is... Oh, what was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precinct for that, or for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. It was about 30 feet above the bridge. At least it was really something to see. This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessories to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Let's get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Instead of words, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron. Oh, what do you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me. Now, hurry up and cross-examine him. Huh?
Objection!
Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole dollar if that. I'll give you a whole dollar that it's the truth. If that is truly the case, then there is one thing that can say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. A foolhardily folly, a foolish statement by an equally foolish, foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, an individual whom you say was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight? What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why Nick, you dog? Well, good thing Phoenix is already in the hospital. I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is designed to discredit, and is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded straight into the garbage. Ha! What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you. What? What does it mean of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive? Evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Lawrence the Nexum, shall prove it. I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in the sketch. Show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. Okay, but I hope you're ready, Edgy. Because I'm going to feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us whopping serving of pain this whole time, trust me. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frankly searched all over for her. It led me to find a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else would have lost a crystal sphere that night. Oh, there's a contradiction. Crystal sphere? This one pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That sphere, where did you find it? Let me see. Around here somewhere. Look, Rob, looks about right. And it's half buried in the snow? It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. There was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. Cordyceps this crystal sphere. That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood. What? Blood? You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's going to push me around anymore. Didn't you want to be called Lawrence the Nexum only a few minutes ago?
Objection!
So confident, I didn't even need to save. Larry, that night, there was someone who lost the crystal sphere. There was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot? Miss Elise the Nexum, the mentor to a stupid idiot. A victim? I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar looking crystal sphere. Hey! That's my photograph. Give it back. A crystal sphere, much like that, is quite easy to find. I have just one like that on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah, the crystal sphere. It's gone. What? 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 Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris, after all. She was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise the Nexum. A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, the sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it was rejected. You can't do that. I saw it with my own two eyes. And this crystal sphere is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise the Nexum was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, the sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Miss Francisca von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge the night of her murder. You expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case? The crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder? There was blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? That naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. What? You mean I'm the killer? All joking aside, since when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe that this is related to the case. Well, he said it was still buried in snow. It hadn't stopped snowing yet, which makes a valid point. There's no evidence that Elise the Nexum left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? I want your final opinion on this supposition of the crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called would have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Can I prove it? This isn't the issue. I simply prove it. That's the only option. That's why he'd do it. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case. You will do what? The look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered. That should come as no surprise, because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. half covered in snow.
Take that!
Your response, Miss Von Karma? Birds of feather flock together. Are you familiar with this phrase? Well, it's Edgeworth. I think one such bird is calling for its fellow now. Go, go, Edgy, do it, prove it. Win, win, win! It's cheering. It's as though I'm listening to an ominous crow of ravens. Is that not it? Really? Was that not it? Or am I supposed to present this? Oh, it was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I need you to hear. That's all I need to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body. Ah. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. What? What? Order, order, order. On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go for the dusky bridge. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. What? What could that have been? This sphere. There is some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of the dusky bridge. The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Yes, who is the fool? And at which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying attention this whole time, Edgeworth? My sister saw everything. We saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. That's not exactly true, now is it? To put it more precisely, what you saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing. No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is true, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding. You're forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Lazy Nixon's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? I made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I've seen proof that my version of the events is perfectly plausible. Yeah, the defense is ready. The court will yeah. It'd be the tracks, wouldn't it? On a snowy night, there's only one way the body could have been moved. The snowmobile. Ah. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon. It could have also been used to carry a body. Order, order, order. This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? Heh. You're too late, Francisco Von Karma. In fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. What? There was the victim, at least the next one really killed. If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. The witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl whom he admired or enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy. Thank you. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Right? It seems to have filled my part in this. Just as I thought, Francisco von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason and one alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright. Really? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. I wouldn't have had to frantically whipping me all the time. Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. It's my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame. Francie, this is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. Oh, whoops. I demand satisfaction. I cannot believe this witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the question it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. With this, it's up to you, right? Court is now adjourned. And still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Delia Hawthorne. What I've read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't Delia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. I end up catching a cold that seemed to knock me out around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know he will be able to help me with them. Somehow. Right? Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? This will look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. That's actually insanely bad, especially being out here in the cold. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. Any point in contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. But in the end, this Shichi Shito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about yet. Another sword, huh? Don't worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. Heh. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background. Naturally. You mean ours, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you have somewhere to be? Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right. May is still stuck over there in the inner temple. But Don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get to you, I promise. In the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Lawrence! I'm sure you'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Look at this graffiti scrawled right on the front of the shack. He's managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about him, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. Damn, Phoenix and Edgeworth there just murdering their friend. Edge pretty much just like smacking him up against the head, but I guess he kind of deserves it. Give me a moment, then second gotcha's time is here. Bug Fables was a pretty good game. I never wrote a review for it, but I guess it doesn't matter too much. I think by now anyone who's really wanted it, but I suppose I've written reviews for other things that I've 100%ed that already had like plenty. Next one I'll probably be doing is Sakuna, since I'm almost finished with it. I just got this one tedious achievement to finish. I got lucky with the rice achievement and finally got that. The gluttonous one, which was pure luck that I feel like I got that one, because I got a guide and then I just didn't follow the guide at all. Aside from do 100% salt, plant thinly, and make sure they're a little far apart, and that was it. After that, I just winged it. I just put in stuff that would increase the certain things. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Enough. A fool's who's foolishly accepts foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's fine like a sunny side up, and you won't grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. I'm not on the brink of anything. It's beating a dead horse, and it's supposed to mean repetition. I wonder why beating a dead horse was used for repetition, essentially. I guess you do kind of hit the horse when you're trying to get it to go fast. Or, No, then that wouldn't be repetition, would it? Sayings are always weird. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least a semi-coherent testimony. And for that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. Does he mean Superman? Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. Huh. It's amusing how little has changed in you the past year, Phoenix. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. It has been a year since we first met. Or has it really been a year since we first met? I'm Francisco von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Francisco was born and raised in Germany, became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was a legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. Wait, did he, well, did he, or did he, just talking about getting in jail? Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father. Phoenix, right? You will fall before me. This I promise. It will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Couldn't think of it. Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Now Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said that this case has a special significance to you. I don't know why that word was like killing me, but it does. That's precisely why I'm here. I'm American. I want to make this clear. English is my first language, my only language. I don't know why English is escaping me so badly. It's like, just every time I'm trying to say words, it's taken from my mouth. And not in a way that's supposed to happen. I honestly can't explain it. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow, no smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor, such a foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix, right? I came here for one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know? I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it very interesting to read, you know. Tempted to cross a burning bridge? Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Country said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's got to be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened in the inner temple that night. I'd like to know what that thing was used for on the night of the crime. Ha, still thinking small as Sea Phoenix, right? Or perhaps not at all. That's why you will never defeat me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you. It's time for us to sell this. It's time for us to sell this once and for all, with one final showdown. It's like she mentally blocked out my victories over her from her memory. One second. Do that. Do this. Then do this. I should probably stop humming random songs before, like, some big name studio gets mad at me and tries to sue me for whatever reason. Whatever reason I may say, well, it's probably because they want to have copyright laws be so strict that everyone's afraid of them. Okay, there we go. That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I'm Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Think about it. There's an acolyte stuck in the inner temple, and the poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. You're talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know I saw her. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. Or at least, I wasn't told this morning. I don't see any psyche locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? I know that artist who testified after me. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like it might start. Thought I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so. There's fireworks going off. Today's not a holiday. Is it? No, it's not a holiday. I would have known about it. I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible. I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take the guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they thought they saw, or think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in the room at the Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, May is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The train hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Needle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get May out of there. Fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of the Disco Bridge is isolated like an island. Like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded by all sides by a river of the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. As long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she would have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No, no, no. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Nixon. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or bust size for that matter. No, no. I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My. It makes it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mr. Calise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I know you were always referred to Mr. Nixon as Mystic Eliza. Oh? Yes. Now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. Makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know? How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Seems Miss Elise the next one was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. He was with Mr. Nixon on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearls get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man. My head's throbbing so bad, it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Mr. Nixon on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of the innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep it calm. Keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. Just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. The Shichicho Shito. It's there in the Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven to the court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. It's also the height the body fell from, according to autopsy. It's also possible that Mr. Nixon was pushed from the top of the wall. It's an Exum staff. I definitely remember that, being a crystal attached to the staff. Guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of the Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? There are a few stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. Yes, Sister Bikini must light them now since Iris can't be here. You get a lot of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's just gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderably loud yell? This is where you've been. Keep it nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you, Anne. Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access to restricted people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. It's been a while, Scruffy. It's Miss Von Karma. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. Oh, my. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to do. You don't want me to, as you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Francisco Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Oops. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. Hectic. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here? Ever since that night? I was so lonely, I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, you're... I am Francisco Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Miss Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Miss Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Ow, what are you with me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls? Weren't you with Maya? Ah. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Ow. That was cruel, Phoenix Wright, to make a little girl cry. Like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearls acting like that? It's giving me the creeps. I guess I'd better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Phoenix Wright. What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook there is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what sudden clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Francisco Von Karma? I seem to remember. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using this to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? All the women of this universe just want to break the law. The sign says in a temple. Of course, all the men do too. Got the Von Karma, like, fine with pretty much murdering some dude and covering up evidence of every case and forgery. I don't know what you're reading, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix, right? She looks happy to have finally caught me on something. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. I wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix, right? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? A scroll that's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. The gravy is a type of sauce. When you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. It must be gravy that we had, or the roast on the night of the incident. Why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? A store. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost as if they were guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psyche lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something, too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this. Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which of something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You're the very worst kind of prosecutor. That could be more important than a trial. There's a wild mare, Trite. This is Miss Von Karma. She was acting prosecutor in your absence today. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. What do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home. Phoenix, right? Well, what are you hitting me for? You deserve more cracks to the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? You had some important business, and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. Even though I have read that before, I will reread stuff that's actually from previous cases. If it's just from 2 minutes ago, I'm not rereading it. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, Phoenix. Extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustments of all your internal organs is... Well, let's just say modern medicine allows us to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my enlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn out piece of junk on my head without going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about Godot. Do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that, exactly? The inner temple here on the side of the Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said, too. Now I wonder, Trite, you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on the side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. Chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place the search party has yet to explore. They haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. And if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with the search party right now? You must have blinders on, my questioning angel. Don't you see that big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. No, Trite. Once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me. And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. She bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murder was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced May to death. No. What is this particular looking lock? Or peculiar looking? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. Repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock would... Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key? Ha! Sure, just show me where the keyhole is in this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? One person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple, the accused. What? Iris? When Acolyte undergoes training inside the Sacred Cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was training there. Mr. Bikini did mention it a number of times, now I think about it. He said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? Hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure are you about Maya, are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the Sacred Cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accursed back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. Thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything, except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Let's look at those wafer-thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer-thin? Yeah, you know. Thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things, like these mattresses. I see you must say wafer-thick or something back in Germany. Not about these mattresses. Certainly not. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that. Off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah. There's something troubling you, Scruffy. But please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder. With my whip. Well, what's up, Gumshoe? Is there something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not? How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean that one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already stuck in there. You trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? Kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. Got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course. What else would we do? I want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you couldn't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. There are plenty of clues to be found here. But how's the Inner Temple investigation going? I have the best forensic team in the world working in place. Forensic team? And what about the outcome of the scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there are a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area it's not covered in stone, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, it's kind of hard to say, actually. Because I looked into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. There's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. I'll have to wait, since he is the only one who can open the door to Sacred Cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. It's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Nexum? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. And the cord was found on both victim and this cord matching exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? Couldn't be more obvious. It says, Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You'll answer all of our questions now, Scruffy. Without exception. Yes, sir. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's almost a perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out at the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Is that it? That's it. Ugh. Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maybe I was training here on that night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think those things were lit up at the time, I guess. A little lantern, a little statue. It's certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is it? What is that huge bowl over there for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. Why does that have any impact on the case? Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you need to come to me. Got it? Maya. So these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Denexum's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. That's interesting. Phoenix right. I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my very own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down. Ahem. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Louise Denexum wrote these letters herself in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. They're right in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind. It seems pretty likely that the garden was the scene of Miss Denexum's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Miss Denexum was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what was Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard of the main temple was? No, what was it? If it wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer now. But wait a second, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set it all up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Yeah, because the Dusker Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing the repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff before our stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. This really was the scene of the crime. Then I need to figure out how exactly it was. Figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Okay, still not there. Just wanted to make sure. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the secret cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault. Someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Mei is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. With all that matters is Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? I listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. How are you doing? The sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. She's talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's my fault this has all happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. We'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah. Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. Can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. You have any problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave enough to testify so truthfully like that. I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psych locks of hers. Nope, guess nothing about that then. I was hoping that'd be the final one and I'd get the achievement, but looks like I missed one somewhere. And I'll have to play through a whole bunch just to get that. Actually, let me save.
Take that!
Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Lee's Nexum had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. Now I do. This piece of evidence proves Mr. Nexum's true identity.
Take that!
Mr. Nexum had this charm with her at all times. But where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Mr. Nixon really was. This helmet and one other item unequivocally prove Mr. Nixon's true identity. Would it be the staff? No. Well, I gotta think about buying one of the charms we sell here, Mr. Wright. Huh? Otherwise, you might just find yourself jumped on by a little old lady on a dark mountain path. Oh, my damn, the piece of evidence in each thing is obvious. That's just a plain old good luck charm. So please give it back. Oh no, I don't think so. Oh yeah, it would be that.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
The painting is obscured by a gravy stain at the moment. But the scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. Crest at the top is a sign of an honorable title. The very same crest that adorns this talisman the victim carried with her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of Karain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I have no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that acolyte is Missy Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, May is the Missy Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with the mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? It is a Karain talisman. It's a symbol of the Master of Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise the next one really was Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the master of the Karain channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... What's happening? Earthquake. It can't be. Earthquake! Oh my goodness. The inner temple. This kind of tremor might... Inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya! It seems to have passed. But we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Mr. Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. You may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. I gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right. Ah, what are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Hey, why am I getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? I can't blame him. If I was stuck in a small, cramped space with very limited oxygen from an earthquake, I'd probably be scared of them for the rest of my life. I'd probably be like having that hallucination of being back in there and just be grabbing at my throat like Yanni Yogi was. There's no excuse for letting this suspect get away. Can't believe I let it happen. Right? The inner temple area is dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like in an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Mr. Peony mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Do you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right? Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? It's intense. Thought of mystery around every corner. Right? Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're the one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle an investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got some pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. I don't see why that needed to be like a two separate part investigation. But I guess it just clears things up to be like, well, I don't know actually. It seems kind of weird just even thinking about it. Why'd you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law, at least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all the extra locks that someone put on the sacred cavern doors and... Who in the world would do something like this? These locks are sacred treasures of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why the only person who can set the lock... Only the person who set the lock can open it. And you weren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisco Von Karma. We were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more, and they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Certainly because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. That means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think. Please, isn't there any way to get around this, or any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it would take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. Why not also get the old lady in here? Like, allow her special access since she might know the other ways to unlock the locks. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the night of the incident. You were seen the same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. I knew it. There's something going on here we don't know about. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. Sister Bikini, Edgeworth Gumshoe, and Pearls. Yeah, but where the heck is Pearls? Cops still come in the area, our place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, right? What do I want? If you came to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. Oh, I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same, prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into this investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is an actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in the blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things could have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. He got deprived of oxygen when we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself in my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. You went back to the criminal affairs department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my very first appearance in court. As cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. Can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of this puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Edgeworth. It's weird that there's no one around here all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all out on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I can check out the shack just down the path. Yeah, I'll find Larry there sulking again. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Miss Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry? This is the loser's shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is... what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Lawrence did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. You're going to gather firewood now. I'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. Don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy either, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Miss Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Yeah, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris, she really flew that night. But Mr. Lawrence... not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I got there that night. Well, I was wide awake after lightning struck. Yeah, I saw what I saw. It's exactly like how I drew in the picture. It looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value. Hey, what's with that look of doubt on your face? Hang on a second. I didn't think about this much before. But it's possible that he didn't see the woman fly, he saw the woman falling. From the looks of it, I'm pretty sure that's where the bridge was connected underneath. And since the fires are both there and there, this is most likely he saw a woman falling off the bridge. Especially since he was like turned upside down. Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I didn't mean to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it really doesn't matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Mrs. Denixum's room reading a book together. But Miss Denixum was murdered and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Because what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's still 5. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power? It has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spiritual medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Ah. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That's really cool of you. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. Now, before I try and do that, I might as well make sure I get all the evidence of things I can get. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Well, what's the damage? How is the Sacred Cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Korean tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern, trying her best to open them for us now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Miss Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me about how the Master of Korean disappeared 7 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them." It would be Delia. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. Well, I guess not Delia exactly, but also that one woman. The child becomes the new Master of Korean, and her daughter is the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have been, always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Well, having control over things is pretty powerful. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know the power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the mask-to-mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The currying technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expect you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. Yep. She's talking about the one case where they brought Misty Faye in that Edgeworth is familiar with. Sure, the records still existed if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The L6 incident. I knew it. The L6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. Remember that the murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. The medium who formed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. During Mystic Maya's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. That man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Crane openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of the Crane village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty Faye's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. With the new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in blood. Maya's told me that exact same thing before. We the women of the Fae clan have always been spirit mediums. It's because of the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to the Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystica Me, but with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. The ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. It's always been the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh, yes, I've heard of her. What? You know of Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? That's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at May's home, Karain Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have known, or you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? Yeah, Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. Sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Fay. But I always thought she was the only child. You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. She's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be co-conspirator in the murder case last year. It's all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Corain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be... could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the Vane family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. Not even that could destroy her dreams that a child of hers would one day leave the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris had a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Iris had a twin sister. That's really all I know about her. Yet the fact that she was taken away from her mother by her jeweler father. Don't have any idea where she is or what she's doing now. I could tell her, but she'd probably have a coronary and a half. Alright. I guess I have to go to... Well, I guess, actually, Gumshoe's here. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Corain. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating is all about. Investigators investigate for the love of investigating. It's passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost. Along the way, I've never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. Made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. Promised I would find the real murder weapon. Real murder weapon. The barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? So, there was a murder weapon. Someone was stabbed. Does that happen to mean that the reason why lightning struck the bridge is because the person responsible for holding it or having that weapon held it and lightning hit the metal, or well, basically lightning rotted to the metal and struck that person and the bridge, burning them. And that's why that sketch was there of her falling. Or, well, I guess flying, but it looks like it's more like falling. So, by this accord, the killer would be the twin sister, which is Delia. However, she's dead. It sounds like she would have been successful in what she was planning, but she was struck dead. How's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? Don't know if we should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took the place in the Inner Temple Garden. They're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have any details, pal. All I know is that if you don't find Maya down that secret cavern, we're gonna be faced with an ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at? You got me. I don't know. Not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What do you mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find a murder weapon. All I found is some burnt old letter. Burnt old letter? Yeah, it was in the incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. Incinerator? I knew it. I knew it wasn't imagining it. It was still in the incinerator when I first saw it. But after that incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on that night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? You got it right. I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. That's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you tuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Chichito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Etchworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. That's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of the forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? Gotta think scientifically, okay? Is it missile? Murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. It's a perfect tool for the job. Ta-da! Metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. I was hoping for a missile. Come on. Can't you train a dog to sniff out metal? Well, you might want to give a scientific investigation a go. Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, absolute best. It's so sensitive, you can make it cry. It's so high-tech, you can skydive off of it. Oh, brother. Or bother. So, now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's when you're trying to find out. Alright, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Dang it. I just need to skip that. And when something happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap? For detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. Got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese, and it looked tasty, and I reached out, and then bam. He's talking about a mouse trap. I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story so stupidly pitiful as that. This looks like a wallet? Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. We still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Now, how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of that bell, I guess. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I have plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before you can grow them, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you can miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Alright, there we go. I got the achievement. Awesome. That's odd. The sled's made of plastic. It says Bikini number 1 on the side. Hey, there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunted high and low for that. It's yours, detective. That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that diamond there now. How'd you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know. I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. Chi-Chi-Chito next to the Jordan statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it out again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about the sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all in as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. Think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. Think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as a blue badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as a blue badger. This is Miss Denexum's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. The detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? Don't go bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... Ah! The top's coming off. Look at what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! That's a sword inside the staff. Could it be a murder weapon? I never had to guess there was a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this thing sort of thing a sword cane, pal. I've actually had one of those. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. Officially give up trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about this hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No, no, no. I'm sure someone just wiped it after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Good job, pal. It's about the same length as Shichicho, too. This must have been the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to the forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it can be wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're going to get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's that got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. It's that secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If this gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay, now, take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Can't help but wonder, though. What was the Lees and Nexium doing with a staff like this in the first place?
Take that!
I think it's about time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on that night of the murder.
Take that!
I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was hoping... Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left it at around 9:40, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but you say it doesn't add up with this.
Take that!
You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out at laying the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. Can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me there's something that proves that there's more than one of me. Mr. Wright? When you said there was another me, I was kind of expecting someone who looked like me, you know? I guess so. In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? Well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but can you show me something you're 100% certain about then? Okay, so I don't have the picture of her then. Even though I have, like, you have a twin sister deal, which would be 100% proof. Because I promise you, if you came to me and said, hey, you know, there's someone that looks like you, your twin brother, and I actually had a twin brother, I would 100% be like, oh, man, you're right. You don't have to show me a picture of my twin brother. If you knew I had a twin brother, then I had a twin brother. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Kenny told me, but the problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris has been taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by a father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who the twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Delia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about the case? You're not the only one who knows something about Iris and Delia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Delia was a key witness in that case. Delia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Delia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Delia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Delia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Delia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dot Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Delilah Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right? I must confess that reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Delilah Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. At the time, Delia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down. Her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed, last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And that, what is it? It's about Iris and Delia, Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Kurain channeling technique. You say Kurain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with the fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium, and the master of her channeling school. You know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. And she and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All I have to do is check the DL6 incident case and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Kurain channeling technique is real. Okay, this time I can present this to her.
Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that!
I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah. That's right. Delia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you was here at the temple on the night of the murder. It was your twin sister, Delia Hawthorne. But you just said yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground in the Kurain channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Delia's spirit, and you knew about it. That's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I had been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister, Delia, the other half of me who passed away last month. As I had suspected. Iris, that Sister Bikini saw the inner temple the night of the murder? It was Delia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping thing that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. That was the start of it all. That's what started her down that twisted path. Started to commit crime after crime. In the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father, that's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Kurain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Kurain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. That's when he came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in this new family, you see. Oh. I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how this piece fits together. I've asked for everyone I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? I heard the incident in which your sister, Delia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer. She began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave those locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. Suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl Psyche locks. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ah, you're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we already polished them all off. think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding.
Take that!
I guess it's because she's... No, they had it on the short chick. Why didn't they put it in the middle, then? It's really weird. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise de Nexum's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Mr. Nexum's room, because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you?
Take that!
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? And the next question is, who or what are you so worried about? Oh shit. Oh god. I'm fine. Oh, I just like drank some soda then swallowed some air. Oh. Alright, I'm alright. Damn. This is why I especially don't like to talk when I eat. Something like that could happen. Ugh. Okay. Now I'm going to take a guess. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? I'm right. Will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason. That is this.
Take that!
All pearls? No. What's that? You, Miss Nick. My face has turned a strange color. Huh? You shouldn't work so hard, you know. I guess it has to be Mayo. I didn't think it'd be that simple.
Take that!
It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Mayo, wasn't it? I guess it really was that simple. You knew that the training Mayo was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Mr. Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced the Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Think about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. Ah. God, it's going to be bothering me for a while. That's what happens when you try and speak and drink soda at the same time. You just, like, choke on it. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. However, the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. After 10? How did you know about what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. You're trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason why you were so worried about that bell was because of this. No.
Take that!
I guess it was the next sum.
Take that!
No?
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Oh. Yeah, I guess I didn't read that. Should be there. As long as you hear you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is, she's, the whole, here's a picture of her. Use it. When you channel her, I know you can do it. Once this is burn, also don't tell me about this. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades to bring her vengeance to fruition.
Take that!
You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah, where did you... In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me, no. As you can see, a large portion of it has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note, the purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to be channeled.
Take that!
It was Delilah Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah. Just as I suspected. It was St. Iris whose Sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Delilah Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Delilah Hawthorne was? No. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. Thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Delilah is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without a question. Or without question, so here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow?
Take that!
Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? Don't like this. Don't underestimate me, just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She should say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How did you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. We misunderstood some words, and this is evidence that proves it. You must leave everything to her. This picture, use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Oh yeah, gravely roast the master. And the fires of Hades bring our vengeance to fruition. Gravely roast the master. Oh. It was you who splattered gravy on this. Oh, I get it. Gravely. Gravely. Gravy. You splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah. What? Why would I do something like... Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How did you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Denexum the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise? So for example, how would you read this? It says, gravely. It's kind of a tough word. Sure, Mr. Nexum taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounds like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. That's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. It was a simple thing. I couldn't even do it right. After that dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. Gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started. I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed there where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? If I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped in the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking that gravy on the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Delia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. I'll let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Is there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is, anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, that's like dating a girl. Nick can't see a hot chick if you're already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Delia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month, she told me... This time, the time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at her home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter is hidden. My mother's always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for the kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic May is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Delia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? If Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother's watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the Sacred Cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like when it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You're the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha! What did I say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow? We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Alright, so this will be the final court case, or final court day. But Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure May is alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better than that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Something tells me she's not really dead. Like, I don't know. I just doubt it. It just seems like one of those things they really wouldn't do. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those strict locks in the training hall? No, she's a defendant in this case. She can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? Prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, so I've heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is it? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaging in some very important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we see some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on someone else, literally. And with that, lay the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Thank you, partner. Nice job, partner. So I don't have answers for the most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Denexum. No, I mean Miss Misty Fay. An impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they were brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Very well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... what do you mean? Forget it, what do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has a change of heart. Mr. Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. My theory is still weird. I feel like it's still someone fell to their death, burning alive. But, at the same time, it still is possible. But I doubt they would mess up an execution and lie about it. Well, she was manipulative, but I don't know. They could have also... Nah, I can't like fake that unless you knew a cop. Someone with enough power. Man, it's just difficult to think about what it could be. This actually is kind of a mystery. If I'm meeting a beautiful lady, I always ask for their name and profession. It's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at the Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise de Nexum? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? What? Order in the court. Order! Witness, are you saying you were accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the plane is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case, it's to the murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. This is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. Then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The offense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. Thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. So Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It's only in self-defense. Can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. But, like, that would be the huge contradiction right there, because if it was just self-defense, once again, defending yourself from getting murdered is not a crime. Self-defense is legal in many places. I guess it's not legal here. But in most cases, I doubt there's many places where it's not legal to defend yourself. Like maybe they would say you can't do it with a gun, but in many other places, defending yourself is fully legal. So if someone's attacking you, you have the full right to kill them if they're trying to kill you. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would defend you if you actually had proof that you were defending yourself. Something not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The way to break this would be just... Self-defense is legal. You didn't have to do that. This was like the problem with case 3 where self-defense happened and it wasn't even really her fault. She could have literally just called the police and been like, yeah, the dude was trying to kill me, and then he fell on the spike. So Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You said yesterday that, on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. Private conversation between two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. Hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, please continue with testimony, and I'll be right back. Okay. There we go. Let's see.
Hold it!
You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and it looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why did you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. It doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that?
Hold it!
She moved in to deliver her final strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise, the next some tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha! You look I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have any problem with this testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Your Honor? I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, wait just a minute. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Your final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue.
Hold it!
She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict deadly blow with the staff. Mr. Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with their dagger. I'm sure of this. Oh yeah, whoop, that's right there.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of the events. Huh? Miss Nexium throwing her staff away makes no sense to me at all. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Actually, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise the Nexium really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigation, Trite. Never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her own blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use is what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. There is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. As Elise Faye would never took the life of Mia Fey. Is it going to be the charm?
Take that!
Well, Mr. Godot, if you ask me, Only thing... Next finger. Ah, dang it. I guess I just have to point out it's supposed to be Misty Faye.
Take that!
Alright, so it's that one. Lisa Denexium would never have attacked Maya Faye. How can you be so sure? Because this victim's real name is not Elise Denexium. Her real name was Misty Faye. Faye? Ah, no. Not Misty Faye. Who is this Misty Faye? Is she related to? Misty Faye is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye. Are you serious? Is that really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Nexium actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her own only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation as to why she would do such a thing. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in the world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little possible thing? Ah, still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. But where did you find that? I didn't see that when I was investigating the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger is stuck in the backside of the pine tree. The last blow was struck in a violent battle between two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood and the dagger belonged to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? First heard his confession this morning. So I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. You say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? Didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence for the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. Battle between two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then Then she collapsed. It was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings with it, but it had been 17 years since Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole time from behind. The whole thing. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya do after she was struck? What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell onto the ground. And at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? But if she couldn't find the staff, then how did it end up elsewhere? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mr. Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You're the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim to the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
You know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise the Nixum. Isn't that fairly obvious who attacked who? Don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Then faced each other for a moment. The Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise doubled over and fell onto the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck in the pine tree of the garden. It likely flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes? After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. I felt for a moment that time had stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. It was a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this is faulty. Testimony. The faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Do you not have a picture of the lantern? The one that has Maya written in blood? That's not what I was trying to do, but it happened that way.
Objection!
Guess it wouldn't be that bit.
Objection!
This is gonna be a tough one because I'm not seeing it again.
Objection! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Mm.
Hold it!
Objection!
Mm.
Objection!
Mm.
Hold it!
Like right there would be something to say like, oh, it's just she just paused and then Lizzie may have stumbled after being hit over the head with a staff. Is it gonna be the orb?
Objection!
No.
Objection!
God, I'm in one of those parts where I don't see it.
Objection!
I just don't see anything.
Objection!
Now do I try that again? Oh, I don't see the contradiction and this is killing me.
Objection!
I'm just like not sure. Like one of the things I would say is like, well, looking at the thing, you know, but we don't have lantern on here.
Objection!
Ah.
Objection!
Mm.
Objection!
Like, I'm just not sure what it's supposed to be.
Objection! Objection!
Saying like it was Pearls who was there. It's like she mentions she didn't see the people there. And if it was these two, it would be the B.
Objection!
It's like I don't know where the contradiction is. Like I can't find the right thing for it. Like I am missing out on it. It's like she flung the knife away, but then she collapsed. Like okay, well, it seems kind of weird because if you look at the one thing, it looks That's just me not reading it then. Because I forgot about the autopsy saying she was stabbed in the back. Something about you... What? Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Up until now, I didn't think you were the type to make a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's wrong with my testimony? According to you, Mayface stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was blood lost due to the stab wound from her back. Ah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, here's another seed of doubt that's sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ah, it's simple. People are like books. We all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I also can say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Thrown away a useful staff, people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Professor Grodot, explain yourself. Our prosecutor. The witness was quite unambiguous about her ambiguousness when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when Acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. According to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light their stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden last night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No. Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present this stone lantern into evidence. There we go, now it's there. Maybe we'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. Certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Talking about the message written in blood. Ah, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. But there's the contradiction right there. If it was dark and they couldn't see each other, how did she know it was Maya? How did she know to write Maya's name? Oh, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow, I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Mr. Nixon was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. As our Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself, and dragged it behind me all the way across the dusky bridge. Now I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I just use a Shito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise the Nexium was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. Terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with the cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that.
Objection!
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job, as the judge, to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on me that what she had done. So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. Thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. There's no other thing that bothers me. Why did you not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ah, makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Snowmobile? I knew that it would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used a snowmobile to travel from the Hazura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? If you really did move your body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Oh yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from the ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ah, this should be fun. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow had really stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grit Revelations. The heck is that? Hang on, let me look that up. I don't understand this. Grid Revelations. Apparently I'm not the only one. Oh, The Matrix. Okay, yeah, I understand it now. Huh. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Alright, wasn't that. I guess it's gonna be the dead body? No. It can't be the dead body, can it? No. I'm pretty sure it's that one that's a contradiction. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Is it not that? Oh, I guess it would be this. That's right. That's right. No? I guess, is it gonna be... No? What am I missing here? Hang on. It's not that. Ah. What is it? It's this, isn't it?
Hold it!
We hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode all the way to the foot of the bridge.
Objection!
I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to the Hazakura temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. That's what I was trying to get at, but I guess I had to get that pressed again. Let's recall our comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe. Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Ah, whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What's that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Oh then, let's continue with the testimony. So we transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Mayo would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I... Wait, was I supposed to see that and then think something else, or was this the actual thing now?
Objection!
I'm like confused. So I want to say it's like the weather data. I want to say... I'm like not sure if I was supposed to point that out. Man. Like I feel like I got the hint, but I feel like I'm looking in the wrong direction somehow. But I don't know where, because sometimes this game is just like the thing doesn't make sense. By the time the murder took place, the snow had stopped. That would mean it had to have stopped approximately 10:50, but we know it had to be it's not that. I feel like I'm on the red herring again. It can't be the red herring. It's like says snow. This is killing me. Oh, it's gonna hit me like a truck when I actually do get the right answer, but at the same time, I'm not sure. Let me re-look at that hint he gave me, because I don't remember anything.
Objection.
Sorry, witness, but now, got a problem with your testimony. Let's see. I know. It's like no matter which way I slice it, I can't. This is a headache. I can't tell if it's this one or the other one now, because now I know there's red herring type of deals. Wasn't that? It's got to be this one, because this is the one where it's like I got her now, but I'm not seeing it. Like I am 100% confused, because no matter what I've been pointing out, it's not. Like at this point, I'm just throwing things at the wall to see if they work, because like I don't understand. Like it seems like it should be obvious, but it's not obvious. It's starting to drive me insane. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That is 100% what she said. That's why there are tracks here. The time. By the time it... Oh my god, this is so annoying. What is it? Is it not this? Is it... Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. Well, like, definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one who murdered Miss Denexium. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. Don't want to believe, but I think my wife is failing me.
Objection! Objection!
I'm just throwing things at the wall at this point. I don't understand. That was my duty to protect. Like, would it be...
Objection!
No, it wouldn't be like, oh, how'd you know that? It's not the weather data. I've tried that, even though... It makes sense. It's not this. It's not that.
Objection!
Definitely not that.
Objection!
It's definitely not that.
Objection!
Oh my.
Objection!
I don't know why I'm trying to point out people. I gotta clearly show an item or something. That's not what I was trying to do either.
Hold it!
Objection!
Hold it!
Knew the significance of the name Mayfei. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. Alright, yeah, I already wrote that.
Hold it!
Why'd you do that? So there's a contradiction there then. She moved it because of the snow, but she said the snow stopped, but...
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
So that wasn't pressing stuff. Alright. I can't think of it. Like, I swear I've thrown everything. If it's like something I've already thrown at her, but it wasn't the right time, I promise you, I'm gonna be pissed. Like, it's the snow. It's the snow every time, but she's mentioned that she said, if not for the snow, but then she said the snow had already stopped. Like, I really don't know. Like, I'm seeing the contradiction, but it's like not the right evidence at all, and I'm not sure what it would be. Like, this is just really annoying me right now, and I just... I'm trying my hardest, but man, what is it supposed to be? Let's see. Okay. Yes, I had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you just say? The bridge was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. If you have anything to say for yourself.
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not does not mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise de Nexium was discovered in the Hazakura temple courtyard. And the second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise de Nexium's body. He makes a good point, in both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. I claim this time. I wasn't myself at the night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood on that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you still telling us your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. And somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. No, there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that the lady's testimony isn't true. Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather long inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move that body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It was certainly burnt to a crisp, Stan. None of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and May will be accused of murder. Trite, I'm only going to say this one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, begin your final cross-examination. It's probably going to be hard because I got a headache from that last one. I haven't been feeling that great most of the day, so probably it's just finally catching up to me. Yes, but the snow had already stopped when the incident took place. I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. And you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave it your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally, it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection!
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. It shows some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Well, I don't see why there wouldn't be a way to cross. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Ha! If there was, I don't think you'd call something like that a witness. Ah, there's the contradiction. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. How did a body... How do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even I don't know the exact answer yet, but okay. I'll start examining all my evidence, see where it takes me. Gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm good as dead. Oops, I keep pushing the wrong button.
Objection!
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out that possibility. What? Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who was it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep an eye on attack and go, 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 go. Miss Elise, the Nexum's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Lawrence the Nexum. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen his sketch before. It's the exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with a sketch? Upside down. Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Lawrence the Nexum is... would it be exactly what happened? I'm guessing it would be exactly what happened. It was just upside down, but at the same time... Or no, it could be a complete contradiction, because instead of flying, she's falling. Something obviously is funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lawrence the Nexum stated over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to your finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
Take that!
A flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, that answer just now, it was lethal. Right? I've dragged us all the way to this point, the answer was embarrassing. So embarrassing that I'm actually blushing. I shouldn't shoot women. Okay, so I think it was rethinking things. Or exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right here in the sketch. Whoosh. You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Evidence that the victim flew through the air. Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human caterpillar at the inner temple yet. Or catapult. I wish they had. Yeah, if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're one cup worth of entertainment. think you skipped the penalty this time. Must be something I know. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I guess I was in the right direction then. The wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Oh, I guess it would be this. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. The sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. On this actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order. The sketch is somewhat different than depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Lawrence, I admit a mistake is definitely possible, but that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Lawrence was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. And then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now, ponder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in at the time. He was laying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. This is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! No way. Lawrence Nexum witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene what he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lawrence is that Lawrence the Nexum sketch is like this. This is how it should have actually looked. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ooh, delicious. Order, order, order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had actually been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the one way to get it done. Think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit could have prepared a rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what that was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on their hand create the pendulum? Oh, right here. What do you think, Mr. Kodot? I think Mr. Wright, it's lucky there's no rope around here, huh? Even if I had just a sliver of rope, I'd be wrapping her nice and tight around his neck. Ah, come on. Is it gonna be like the actual thing? Or what? Is it like this, I guess? And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of those wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tie the wire around the Elise Denexium's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ha! Mr. Godot? Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems the very odds of rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Impossible or impossible? Not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to the photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking over the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. You know, this is why I put up that map photo. That one was missing on the map, but I don't know why that didn't work that way. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that just her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says that here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body swung over due to forward momentum and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. The one that came off of Miss Lee's Denexium staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on the overhead map. The crystal was found... Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. It was found in the very spot where the pendulum would have arrived if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. Why was that weird snap? An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Oh, I see. That's why that weird noise happened. Mr. Wright, thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. But what is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep, profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross the dusky bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Oh, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Uh-oh. Yes, Your Honor. Body couldn't have made it to the Hazakura temple without an accomplice. Very well, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person who received the body on the Hazakura temple side? Who was the person that received it? Like, let's see. It would have to be Iris. Well, yeah, Pearl was found in the inner temple, but Iris was not. It could only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah, but I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you forgotten, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Mr. Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something that you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't do anything about the pendulum. I didn't know anything about the pendulum. Well, the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How could you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious? Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received that corpse that night. Now I get it. I have no idea. I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. And why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. This woman standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... I keep pushing the wrong button. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time. Delia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Delia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ah, just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Delia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. Say it's an honor for me to be in noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Delia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. The Korean channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Delia Hawthorne yourself. You're the spirit of Delia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Delia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was? Oh, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection.
We're supposed to believe believe a coincidence like that just happened? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Ah, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay, and part of a plan called for Delia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at the Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words 10 p.m., however, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris, and the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris, meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Delia Hawthorne.
Objection.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Delia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found these plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing at the witness stand is the real Iris. What? What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, Delia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded on the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Actually, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in a room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Ooh, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Delia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but now I do now. And unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Delia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Delia Hawthorne? Well, there was. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. I'm gonna go ahead and save, because it might... I know it's Edgeworth, but... what it was about was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor? There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? Ah, an earthquake? An earthquake? Oh my goodness. The inner temple, this kind of tremor might... Alright, I've been reading this. I don't know why I am. I went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Delia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Delilah Hartthorn. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Delilah Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Ooh, getting close to the end. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that we're to learn the truth. We'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Before it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me was to kill Maya, then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. You got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? How did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So, that's when you discussed the plan? Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Fortunately for her, Morgan Fay had heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams on that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dream of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. And the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearls wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. And I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If anyone or someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. Why'd you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. Couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. But that's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're just as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling your own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Delia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Yeah, it'd be Maya Fey. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born, the day I died, I never helped anyone. Lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. Thought it was obvious. She wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present a piece of evidence. Can't believe it. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Maya Fey. Somehow I knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized that revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason was impossible? Was it perhaps because Maya Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized There's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego it lives on, forever. I want to take away that person that Mia Fey loved most. I want to kill her with my very own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take revenge against Mia Fey. It was the reason I helped out that woman's plans. Just for that? Just for that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Huh. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. For I told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up, put on a demon warding hood, then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Eliza Denixium who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern, and I took her out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. I mean, if she's ever eaten cheese fries, you kind of have to eat those with forks, because, man, depending on them, they can get coagulated, and or the cheese coagulates, and it's hard to get it off that plate. Even then, you don't want all the cheese on your fingers. That's why the nacho fries were made the way they were. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I passed out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there. But how'd you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. It kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well in the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover up the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Actually, I couldn't get out. But instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Wait, that means she's in Maya's body, right? I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean, your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see? That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay. Picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human could commit. And that is... matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? I'm sure that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. But where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now? Feeny? Oh. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Go out here. Okay, thanks. Was that something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise and Exum, also known as Missy Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fay. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fay jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River. Can't be. Ha! Trite? Have you heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, Whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if May had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. Oh yeah, that's right. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think it through the whole thing again. That's right, because this was in Mia Fey's case, so it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Take that!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. That's pretty neat that they brought that up. Like, that's actually a clue that I guess you could really see again, but it's definitely a clue in the old case that would show, you know, get your memory on that. Be like, oh yeah, that was the thing in the old case. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off that from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Ha. So you finally figured it out. You. No. Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is in the bottom Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne? Have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. I think there's a way to give Delia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya is... There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? Say she's here in my courtroom? Delia Hawthorne? I seem to recall that you said... I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Delia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey. That's pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried it again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it. Missy Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Delia Hawthorne? The person who's channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? What? But how could that be? Remember what the witness said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect yourself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to the Hazakura was closed off. There was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? And all this time you thought it had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Delia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue for escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world? She could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Delia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearl's, right? Tell me something, Delia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since it was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked what I thought and what she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Delia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Delia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, and Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Delia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Delia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Delia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Delia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. I didn't think you would get sentenced to death for just like one thing of murder. Like usually they just put you in for several years. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. 1 second, let me change the channel. Hey, TV. I don't want to watch that. Or see it in the corner of my eye. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you hadn't gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. If only you had, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Delia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Delia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll all have to remain as Delia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, your narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Mia! Fey! I'm not ready to go. Nick, sis. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say, you and your twin are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Delia Hawthorne? You asked me, Your Honor. It looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Missy Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey as well as young Pearl Fey were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel the spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how uncomfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I make concentrated effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, of course we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. That's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Ah, shit. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite? Let me check something real quick. I was right to check this. I probably had a lot of energy left over. No, I don't want to use that character. There we go. Use that one. Trite? Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Delilah's testimony? We caught up with her, just as Delilah Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled, Delilah Hawthorne. Elizabeth the Nixium. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Unless someone is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. You can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? Well, this one will clear up the whole mystery. The whole mystery of who killed Missy Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well, then. Okay, that should be long enough. There we go. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we can proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always comes dashing in at the last moment to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was in the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Delia had come with me to the Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Delia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. In the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Delia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth... Oh, so that's the attorney he killed. Did I even try to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her? You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elizabeth Dexium, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the light bells, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here, so you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. Staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. The actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Missy Faye. So I dressed her up in a robe and stabbed her with so wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant? Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Delia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. I was cooperating with the real killer. Even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia? How was Mia doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elisa Denexium really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? May is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it is. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Delilah's plan from the very beginning. One more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. It means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. That means it was Pearl, wasn't it? Finally. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. All by myself. But at the same time, I don't think Pearls has a cell phone. She doesn't know what phones are. So... Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. Well, it wasn't Missy's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show their firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at the Wright & Co. law offices. Maya. According to this magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of recurring channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment Miss Elise de Nexium's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any...
Objection!
Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Poor Maya. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I screamed, "Help me!" And then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. You were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Delilah Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ah, can't say as, especially a good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look very well at all.
Hold it!
Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. The day of the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at the Hazakura temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused, probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure she didn't. I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Hold it!
But who did it? Who hit you? Ah, well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? After that, your attacker was in front of you. How did you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a second. I'm sorry. I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark? It's not that good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise de Nexium, Delia Hawthorne. Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Hold it!
What happened afterwards? An attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There was only two things rolling around in my head, and my mind at the time. Well, now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. It's not at all odd. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
Hold it!
You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was in complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. But this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. Oh, I do. Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What is this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, when you were facing an attacker that couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what can you do? What do you call it when that happens? Maybe it's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. But what did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. Ton of pressure? You're in court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in the chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. We need to add it to your testimony. By the light of the stone... I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
Objection!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Miss Elise de Nexium, otherwise known as Missy Faye, your mother. Killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother? Don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au cafe au I don't know how to say that last word. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you're the spoon. Your Honor, I'm Spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. Oh hey, that's Final Fantasy reference. Well, you must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She says she didn't know who was a man or a woman or adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she was quite certainly described him as a man. Ah. In other words, that would mean that Maya actually saw a mysterious person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No. Order. What in the world does this mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There's no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, did you see who the killer was in the dark? And now, you're trying to cover for him. Trying to cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who the man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha. Took a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? Calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. But please, stop. May is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was the person that Miss Faye saw in the darkness? It had to be a guy, huh? Looks like you've proven a well-known fact. The fact that people really can't see in the dark. Oh. You're just the man I thought you were. Alright, let's just get to this point then, save here. I mean, I guess it is Pearl's. This is why she's defending it. Well, no. wasn't pearls? Who's the person that Miss Face saw in the darkness? Wait, really? Because it was pitch black, Miss Fey was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? What? This is... But it can't be. Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone. This is the man Maya saw the night of the murder. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? No witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright. What the? Stop your chattering. Your Honor? Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, and the body was gone. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. As the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. As Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. It had to have been Godot because Godot knew about the lantern, but he didn't know about the blood on it. And if he cleaned up the crime, that's why he was so shocked about it. If he regularly could not see the blood and it didn't matter to him, he would have been like, yeah, I guess I can't see red. I guess I forgot to mention, I can't see red too well or something like that. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think, too. So the killer carried me into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer deceptively wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I didn't say this was a killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it was impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that was true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would have gained anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. All the snow around. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangle around the lantern. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of victims' blood splayed all onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. So, you're saying you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you were very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Even the body of a pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. One of these was like, I need more info before I press further. I think it was this one. The truth is, I saw the crime scene. I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. Well, what? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one in the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And if you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened, yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. Why don't you add that to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been to the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master Karain killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? I guess not, but it's definitely him. Wait, I know. The body of Elise and Nexium was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple's courtyard. And at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? What would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe off the writing from the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body or remove the bloody snow and not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer remove the body or remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? Because he didn't see it. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no normal way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who can have misseen the bloody writing altogether. And who could that be? Who is the person that would fail the bloody writing? Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on white background, can you? That's right. You went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. This apron and the delightful Miss... Oh, wow, I actually didn't think about that Barry was wearing at the time. I somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained this bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. Blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. You'd be invisible. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is a murderer, but there's no going back now. I've finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, in defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Denexium, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe that this may be true, however, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Let's make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, that was a little graffiti to make me into the killer. Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is so rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there in the crime scene. In the snow? The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yeah, Yes, just why didn't he take that area? Oh, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely this killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, the straw has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya, what is this, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. You didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Delia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear your testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. He tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first, and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. Terribly sorry. But when you heard from someone else, it's simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. So where do you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Delia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Delia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Eliza Denexium. She searched the entire temple side and end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. And temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room. There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack, too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined the storage shack all carefully? Well, if it was me, it would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in that storage shack. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay on the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night, and she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Delilah Hawthorne, who was busy battling with that trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, but she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Miss Godot? Huh? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? That's right. Please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If I hadn't been there for this case, I would have never visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Huh. You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Well, I crossed the same with Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. He said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ah, cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden finding tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in the tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have been truly frightened and terrifying that night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearlie, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What of a sweet story? Has a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? So one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed Eliza Denexium. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I didn't miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only thing I did discover odd was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? I couldn't find a stranger way to describe gravy. So from there you headed in for the prep room? Wait a second. What did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak point. There's only one importance here. Yeah, because the thing had gravy on it. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, Now you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. The time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing it was Misty Fey. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. That's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly, so if you know the meaning of the mark, you could guess it was a picture of Misty Fey up there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Well, yes, it's possible he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known what she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it's all rests on a certain assumption. And I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is there really possible that another person knew of the plan? It's gonna be this. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fey authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fey Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fey told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of their visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if someone were to... Could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, prosecutors such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without a prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information for the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means that there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did it all out of just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I have no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honors-piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, and the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Delia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Delia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right in this very courtroom, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Delia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspaper at the time was called Murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight. All my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who spiked my scalding hot coffee, Delia Hawthorne. Ha, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, someone who had slept away their best days, there was only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? Another reason for living? She goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sins of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. The time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. That if I could do that, I could keep the girl from being caught up in it. Makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of the Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Key did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Korean had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's why I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out soon arrived, soon enough. We met for the first time at the Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, it was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? You had to make sure she didn't channel Delia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. That's why. Yesterday I had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Delia Hawthorne into her own body. What? Do you mean... If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Korean, Misty Faye's powers were supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Delia Hawthorne so that Pearl wouldn't be able to do it. Ah! What? Is that true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fay. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Delia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fay, and sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Hello, Trite. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of doubt that you can finish this on your own. Okay, let's save here. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Maya. And me too. Maya, I know that. But Nick... But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady, tell us the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Man, it's almost over. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. As at that moment, it was a horrible scream. And after that, Delia collapsed, and I lost consciousness. Those red lights, I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but they all disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maybe it's telling the truth. This time I know it. This is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination. It's the knife. The knife has Godot's blood on it. If we did a blood test, it would show his blood. Oh, that was not the knife. Yeah, she stabbed him with the whole stone lantern. What? I guess I had to press it out of her or something. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of the breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Do you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but... Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake like that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure that they were Mr. Godot's mask either. I have the feeling she's covered from him anymore. Just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. I guess Alright, then let's go on testimony. What you see? It's all red lights. That blood. Was it Delia Hawthorne's blood? I think so. Probably. Just at the moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. That's when the killer was stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? I doubt. Maybe it was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? They went out? Yes. Suddenly I couldn't see anything at all. What could it mean? Red lights were coming off from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged? Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Trite? Maybe those little pin head looking lights just stopped working. Could have really happened then. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard, then, was it Delia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. Whoa. What? So then, that scream came from the killer? That's got to be it. I think Delia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well then, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember, the testimony she gave, before the killer let out a scream, Maya said that she already had splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff would have already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already struck in her own body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then why don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite? There's only one thing I can think of. That could have been a weapon used here. But Hartthorn had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could have been used to strike back at the killer? Oh wait, what am I doing going to profiles? It's the knife. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Delilah Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been the victim. Have you forgotten about the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of the scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Let's think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. The blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with this dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone was on the inner temple side, got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed, the police headed there for the inner temple. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah. Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. How would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take his smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes for committing the murder. That way they wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it is up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, shoot she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... Come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Goda of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you gotten one more piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only chance I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha! That's good. Fight her till the bitter end, Trite. But since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in this previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. This was proven by the blood on the dagger. But they decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been at least a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. Don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. This is the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's see what you've got. Where's this location where the killer hid his wound? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. His mask blew up. Arrgh. Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding the bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow her in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran, head behind the mask, threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Mia. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. But what do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. But who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get help, Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No. Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what was left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Delilah Hawthorne standing right there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. I was really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't even know anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You're the one that made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Ah, did you forget already? My world, color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I have been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? The defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I was willing to cooperate anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do that. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on the fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courtroom. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought you was Delia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Delia? I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigations and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... my sister, from the very beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want her any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle and pin it back for me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans that day. It wasn't the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Delia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aww. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elias Dinixium. At this point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand your honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Woo! Court is now adjourned. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? Man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with the verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You're as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you, Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and a lot of things, and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I found myself asking just this one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick, Maya, I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I challenged Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How could you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca. Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I already fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true. Right, Nick? What? What are you asking me? No, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face? Huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? A beauty can't be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. And you'll do it, like promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is really the only thing I'm good at. Painting a Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now you mention it. I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have been beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all this happening. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who's hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix, right? Who is Maya being strong for? Pearly. Pearl Fay. The poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It was for the good of the Faith clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought that she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her experience that led to this tragedy. Maya Fay's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put in the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Well, looks like we got quite the bunch here. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just sort of gone down by a teeny bit, but it's alright. Made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah, pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said it's first-class French restaurant. You don't mean just be in. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I bet she just went back to home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? May and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Very well, Phoenix. Go right ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Loser Shack. Hazakura Temple. For pearls, but this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Mr. Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah, Maya. The hanging scroll. Ah. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls. Ah, Mystic Maya. Pearlie. Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for her happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I had to be strong. For all the people that were here, or were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Mr. Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. Won't you tell her... Want to tell you what she said to me that night? After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the Master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept her heart would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's a photo? Ah, Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect to us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Pearls, and Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah, this day is, remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start, too. Mr. Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the three of you when you come back. Alright. We're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. And you know, there's one more thing probably I don't get. Probably don't want to know. Want to, but reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? You'd even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal right before we come back next time. Right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Ah, there it is. The end of the trilogy. I really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane, the office manager of Wright & Co. Law Offices, and I have to be Big Sister Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. I love you so much, I will shit myself. That's quite the proclamation of love. That's right, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Desi and I started a company called Mass to Masquerade Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we'll also sell plans to criminals as side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. Special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. I'm just an old, in the way, wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. I'm thinking, talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cry like a baby with a dirty diaper. As usual, we have abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Yeah, he's a palindrome. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've been made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think magazines like us, especially since it provides a nice vigil, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It's so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Objection! Objection!
Objection!
What's this? I'm back from a long time vacation and no one is here to greet me? Guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? With all the flashing lights and switches, I feel almost like a space alien. Now what am I going to do with all the macadamia nuts brought back for everyone? Now she's speaking fast again. I'm too tired to read that fast. I finally found something I love to do. Francie's Whippity Whip trip is going to turn the art world. Should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. You hear that, artists? That's what they think of you. I makes me feel like Godot's dead, but I don't think he's dead. I think he's just in prison right now. And there we go. That was the whole trilogy of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Honestly, it's a pretty good series. I like it. It has quirks that I don't like. It's probably pretty obvious what those quirks are, since I've complained about it a decent amount. Like, some of the cases drag on a little bit more than they really should. Some of the finding the or getting the right answer out of someone or contradiction is a bit of a pain, where it's like the contradiction's already there, but for some reason it's not enough, even though a lot of this should be the contradiction needed. It's like it feels like in the game some dude could straight up stand on the witness stand and be like, yeah, I committed murder, but you have no proof because you didn't find my murder weapon. I admitted to it. I have all this other evidence on me, but because you can't find the ass hair that was left on the scene of the crime, then you can't prove it was me. And it just feels like that for the most part, which is really annoying. But aside from that, it's a good series. I can see why people like it. It's definitely like improved too over the games. Like, you can see they did more with it compared to the first game. Like, they really pulled more out. To say, I do kind of, oh, let's see, like in the second game is when they started making it where the profiles actually mattered, because in the first game there's no reason for them. Now you can look at them and be like, oh yeah, this dude and that dude, but you never needed to use it. Like, I never switched the profile tab, I'm pretty sure. In this game it's like, oh yeah, sometimes the profile tab is actually used, or in the second game you sometimes use it, in the third game you sometimes use it as well. But the problem with the second game on that was that it never introduced that properly. Like, in the tutorial, it was just talking about something, and even though there was another contradiction you could sort of point out, it wasn't the right one. It was like you had to use the profile tab, which is what screwed me up so much in that first instance. And I was like, man, what's going on? Why am I getting this wrong? And it's like, oh, I had to actually use that? Okay. In the third game, they rectified that, where they actually were like, oh yeah, who's this person you're supposed to be, you know, so-and-so. It's like, oh, and you go to the profile tab, and there you go. It introduces that to you just fine. It reminds you it exists. It's a mechanic that works. And then it had I guess the third game also had the problem where it kept going back and forth on time. Like, the tutorial was the second case Mia ever did. Then there was the, after that was Phoenix's first and third case. And the fourth case was the first case that Mia actually ever did. And it just kept going back in time like that, and it was kind of weird. But again, overall, game series is worth it. I mean, worth playing, experiencing, really. But it's definitely something you cannot replay until like a long time has passed and it's got to faded from your memory. But it's good. It is indeed good. Because once you actually do get those things figured out, it starts rolling. Like, some of these you can easily get and it's like, oh yeah, my mind is attuned to it. And the other ones you just really can't get because it's like everywhere. So, with that, that is the end of the trilogy. Either way, I'm not playing the new one at all because, well, I'm not going to say at all. There may be like sometime in the future I'll do it, but for now that's not this time. Well, what I mean by the other new entry, I mean the, I think it was a trilogy that came out on Steam recently. There's a new one there. It had like 3D and everything. Yeah, it's supposed to be even further into the past, where it's like Phoenix's ancestor, or something like that, like feudal Japan. But either way, it's not gonna happen anytime soon. I think I need a really long break from the series because while it was fun, it's lengthy. Like the final case alone took like 10 hours, 10 whole hours. I probably could have stopped in the middle, but the problem with it is I would have forgotten things. Like that's how I feel about it. Like it's hard to stop in the middle because like a lot of the stuff it's a callback because all the evidence doesn't really line up with the right thing. Where it's sometimes like, oh yeah, wait a minute, someone said this earlier, and that didn't make any sense. Like if I stopped for whatever reason after Godot brought up the fact that he couldn't see red on a white background, then I would have never known to use that one thing because I would not have remembered that Godot could not see what was written on there and he couldn't see what was on the apron. Like they brought the apron up too. I had completely thrown that out of my mind. I didn't think that was anything important. I thought he might have thought that was just like jam or something. And then like the judge was like seeing it better as blood. But oh well. Next game, I don't know when it'll be. Maybe I'll do it Sunday, maybe Saturday, I don't know. I'm probably a little tired. So, either way, thank you all for joining me. Hope you have a good night, good day, whichever, and see you next time.